I had the type, and I just didn't want to do two things at 3 times. How is everyone tonight? Everybody good? I was on earlier, and it's been a heck of a day, guys. Be honest with you, been running all over the place. You can hop on the panel, Devin Anderson. Do I have you on Discord? Let's check this out. Devin Anderson. Find me on you know, I don't see you. That doesn't mean anything. I got a lot of people on my Discord. Let me get this to one of the mods. Who's on? Do we have a mod on right now? So let's see. All right, let me find a mod. Khaled, yes, I'm in Vegas. I'm in Vegas right now, and I'm on I brought a travel setup with me. Fortunately, I brought a second camera with me, or I would be screwed because my camera is going on. I can multitask, but it lacks finesse, Sarah. It lacks finesse. Yes, but I am in Vegas. Thank you. Panel me in. All right, I can panel you in because I've got you on. I've got you in here somewhere. I will panel you in. So, as part of this trip with my wife out here to Vegas, she's doing a I don't know. It's kind of like a bunch of seminars and stuff for her things that she does. And she just needed to Justin Henley. We'll get Justin Henley on. I think I have Justin Henley. Yeah, whatever. Devon or Devin, just join the Discord there. And so as part of my, there's Anson. We'll throw Anson up for a couple minutes. How you doing, Anson Knowles?
Man, yeah, I'm doing good. Can you hear me just fine?
Can't hear you.
Can't hear me. Hold on. How about now?
Nope, can't hear you. Hang on, let me make sure I'm not muted. It was me, not you. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, it was me. Since I don't have my whole setup, the computer's looking for things that aren't connected to it. And so it messes up my speakers. I have to manually go in and change all my automatic settings. It's technical. It's again, if I had an engineer that traveled with me, all this stuff would go smooth, but unfortunately I don't. How you doing, Anson?
Man, I'm doing all right. Hey, do you want to start the build up on your discussion topic about fake conservative women? Because I've got some stuff to say about that, man.
I'll let you say what you're going to say, and then I've got people like messaging me, so I have to. Well, I don't have to, but I try to get when people message me, I try to at least attempt to answer.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, it's usually something where I need to approve something or click something or something like that.
Yeah. So
but go ahead.
Yeah. So my experience is that women tend to follow whatever the prevailing alpha or prevailing leadership thinks. So they just reinforce whatever the establishment rule is. They're not really gonna tread new water. So if there are women that you estimate as being fake conservatives, it's because in my experience, women will just follow whatever the most popular thing is at the time. And
So I may have misspoken. It wasn't that they were necessarily fake conservatives. It's that they kind of present themselves as based, or they're more realistic, and they are not liberal, right? They're not leftist. They believe in God. They believe in the church. Everything is, no, he's the Unabomber, Adam 87. He's the Unabomber. You can obviously tell by the beard and the glass.
Hey, Uncle Ted did some good writings. All right, don't say his name in vain.
Don't take his name in vain.
Yeah, Uncle Ted. Yeah, have you read his work? It's very enlightening. It's actually very conservative and based. If you have an opportunity to, oh yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, the guy's insane, but he did some good writing.
It's interesting how a lot of leftists say some really based things, but it's only that. But they look at it from 180 degrees out, and they project their own actions onto others. And then they say very base things. So but getting back to the subject of tonight's show. So when I was introduced, and I'm going to pick on this woman just a little bit, but not her specifically. But women like this, that kind of, Sarah, you can come up anytime. I know you're doing dishes, but as soon as you're finished the dishes, come on in. But she says all the right things. You know what I mean? She says Christian, knows the Bible, believes that men, believes in traditional dating and gender roles, so on and so forth. But when you start to push or investigate a little closer, and everybody's having
what are you doing?
Minor issues tonight. So yeah, there you go. Thanks, Anson. I was going to mute you if you had. But when you get into it with these ladies, they're, while they expect kind of this based dynamic, the reality is they're really truly leftist. And so one example is as I was driving to the airport yesterday morning, Sarah, I hope you can hear this. As I was driving to driving us all to the airport yesterday morning, we were talking about something about leftist, and I said that that people that wanted X were stupid. And I forget what the exact thing was, but I literally used the word stupid. And I said, that's just dumb. It's stupid. Don't. And she's like, well, can we not use that word? Can we not use the word stupid? It offends me. It hurts my feelings. It makes me, it's a bad word. Can we use a different word? And I'm like what? And she gave me an example, and I'm like, but you just literally said what I said. I said, your only problem with it is it offends you. And so but you being offended by it offends me. So is your being offended worse than my being offended? Which one of us gets to be offended over this?
I'm offended that you're offended.
Everybody's offended.
Can I hit the restream?
Sarah, how are you?
I'm good. Can I hit the restream?
Hit the Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you for asking, by
well.
the way. Most people don't.
Yeah, I at least I don't want to. I mean, I always leave mine open, and it's always an open option.
Sure.
But there are some times where I'm like, no, this one's just mine. Leave it alone.
Yeah, I don't really generically, I don't care, but I'm starting to see that maybe I should. I actually have I have one specific person that has abused that privilege, as it were, and it's actually causing me some the tiniest bit of angst right now because someone who used to come on the show won't come on the show anymore because that person feels that he was goaded into saying some things by another guest that was then clipped and put out to present him in a bad light. And I said, well, I mean, obviously that's a danger of doing any of this. But I see his point because I, at the time I didn't really, and I haven't really cared at all who restreams, but maybe I should, because that person restreamed it to their channel. And as a matter of fact, as I've investigated this, because I was a little shocked, as I've investigated this, I found that that specific person restreamed my content, labeled it as more or less their content, and put it on their channel.
Oh.
So
well, so the label don't let the label deceive you. I mean, I've even said, like I had, who was it? Old Sarge Finkel was restreaming off of my stream, and some drama came up that somebody thought I was on his panel, and they were mad that I was on his panel. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Like, but because the title wasn't like, oh, this is a restream, and people get a little weird with that. But I think at the end of the day, I look at it as overall, it's still exposure for other people, to other people. You can do nothing but get good things from it. Yeah, there can be some downfalls. Like if something happens on yours that you kind of don't want it out there, and then somebody was restreaming, even though you private it, they still have it open, and all you can still ask or request it. But it's not going to be like, they're not obligated to. And then, if somebody allows bad comments to stay in the comment, like you have to see it, or, things like that. And it just kind of happens.
Yeah.
But I feel like the benefits outweigh the risks or the, downfalls to it.
Yeah. In this case, it's just one person I've ever had a problem with, and it's the same person, and it's multiple offenses. So don't know what I'm going to do about it. Because on the one hand, to me, it's a very small deal. However, it's been pointed out where it's actually it's really a big deal, and I should probably be a little more sophisticated about it, and I'm just not. But Sarah, I don't know how much you heard of my leading into this the story.
She used the word stupid, or I'm sorry, you used the word stupid. And she was offended by it and asked you to find a new word.
Yeah, find a new word.
That would.
And I was like, I won't be tone. I literally said I won't be tone policed, and I don't.
Exactly.
And I didn't care for her. I didn't care for her telling me in my vehicle, driving down the road, to tell me not to use that word. I didn't appreciate that. And that was just me kind of being a little bit tongue in cheek with her. I wasn't angry or anything, but it was just like, it was just kind of weird. And then that set the stage for an entire day yesterday of very interesting interactions with her and I that culminated in her. If she could have rage quit, she would have rage quit.
So is she married?
She is getting a divorce. Now, this is one thing I will give her. She is, all right, so let me set the stage without giving too much information out. She is older. She is probably at least late 40s, maybe in her 50s. I'm not really sure. She's getting a divorce because supposedly, or as far as we know, our understanding is that her husband abused her in some way. We think that he hit her. We don't know. Or at least I don't know. My wife may. I don't get that deep into it. It's not my friend. It's my wife's friend. So I don't ask questions like that. Why?
Well,
I would not normally ask such a question of anyone. If they wish to tell me, great. But I'm not going to go, hey, is the reason you're getting a divorce is that your dude,
right? And to me, that wouldn't even be the crux of my point. The crux of my point would have been, was her husband there with you in the car?
Oh, no. And her boy, and apparently she's seeing her boyfriend's so she's Chinese. Her boyfriend's German. They live in New York, and he's very far left,
Mhm.
very far. She even went out of her way to tell me that because I'm obviously not leftist.
I'm
at all.
offended that he's far leaning
Very
left.
far left, yeah, violating my country with his leftist ideals. Anyway, so
Okay, go.
and so her divorce isn't final. She's kind of all over the place. She acts, and this is one of those things that always kind of makes me wonder about people. She acts really happy all the time, even when it's very fake, even when it's obviously fake. It's just it's a false front. It's a, just being, I have a really odd thing about people being fake around me. I just don't like it. And, but I can usually tell. Anyway, my wife thinks that she's secretly really angry. Like she has a lot of anger. And my wife's been around her a lot more than I have, and she would know that this person has a lot of anger. So I'll also wind back and set the stage a little better. She flew in with my wife and stayed in my house. She's seems okay. And we've had a few discussions. She seems fairly intelligent. It's hard to tell sometimes, but she seems fairly intelligent. And we've had some discussions about specifically mostly about guns, and I actually took her to the range on Saturday or Sunday and let her shoot some guns. And this kind of gets in there, right? We went out, she shot some guns. She's always asking what prevents someone, like we were at the range and she's like, what prevents someone from just like coming in here and just randomly shooting? And I'm like, everyone has a gun here. Like,
yeah.
Literally
You're not going to get very far.
So she and she has all of these odd discussions all day, and and then when we went fishing, we went out on a boat, all of that stuff she had never done before. Went out on the bass boat, and then yesterday we flew here, and it started out with the discussion in the car about, I forget exactly what it was about, but it was one of those philosophical discussions about right versus left, and how I think that most leftists are just, not that even no matter how bright they seem to be, they're at the core, they're either really corrupt or they're really stupid. And she did not like me saying that things were stupid. And I said something else was stupid. The belief in something was stupid, and she didn't like that at all. So that kind of prefaces that, right? Whoops, sorry. And we flew in here yesterday, and all day it's all this kind of back and forth about various intellectual or discussions until yesterday at dinner. Yesterday at dinner, I was already a little bit annoyed because there was some confusion about where to eat and that sort of thing, and just the meetup time, and I'm a punctual person. Matter of fact, I'm always early. So if you're on time, you're late. And so that was already a little bit, I wasn't annoyed, but I was already kind of like, I was in my male place of, damn it, woman. I mean, I'm sure you recognize this, Sarah. Damn it, woman. All you have to do is be on time.
The frustrating sigh, like, I'm used to that. That's what I'm used to, is the frustrating sigh. I get that one a lot.
Yeah. So she started talking about guns again, or shooting, school shooters, that kind, or which I'm not supposed to talk about here, but people who do bad things. And I'm like, well, and actually we started actually talking about it in the aspect of, well, no, she asked me, so I could not go into the event they went to yesterday because I had my knife on me.
Okay.
I didn't realize it. I didn't know what kind of event we were. I thought we were going to like a classroom style setup.
Mhm.
I didn't think anything about it. We get over there and it's T-Mobile Arena and they have security with metal detectors. Now I could have gone in. I went through today and I was like, you know what? I could carry a howitzer through here. This security is a joke. But I asked the guy, being the respectful human being that I am, I went up to one of the security guys and I said, hey, I have my pocket knife. Is that okay? No. Okay. Well, do you have anywhere I can check it? Because I carry a knife like most human beings do. He's like, nope, sorry. And I'm like, okay. All right. I told my wife, I'm like, well, I'm not going in because I don't even know where to put my knife. So I went back to the hotel and did some other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we met for dinner, one of the first subjects that came up is, so you have a knife on you. I'm like, I'm always armed. Unless there are metal detectors involved and good ones, I'm always armed. Just count on that fact. The only reason I'm unarmed on a plane is the metal detectors at this point are really good. And if they were bad like they used to be, I'd still be armed. But and
That's
so
on your
she,
side.
huh?
That's on your side. What's coming in, unless your mods are getting taken care of.
I don't know that I have a mod on right now. Let me and I turned the chat bot down. Where did I turned my chat bot down because the mod said there were always mods online, and this is what happens. So let me nuke this guy.
See, they're not allowed on my side because all of their alt accounts are all blocked over on mine.
Yeah. It won't let me do it from here. Let me see. It'll let me do it from here. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, it should let you on the StreamYard side. Just there should be 3 dots that show up next to it, and then it should say ban user and delete or whatever.
Yeah, let me.
Kat wants you to make her a mod now.
Yeah, Kat needs to be a mod.
Why is she not?
I don't know.
I think she'd be a good one.
She should be a mod. No, you can't. I can't do it from this side, but I can do it this way. Let me give me 1 second now.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's very funny that we have such dedicated morons.
They're very dedicated. Even if I wasn't restreaming this, they would have still found me on here.
Yeah.
And I've learned this by experience. Like I'll show up on a panel, won't restream, won't even have been in the chat. I'll just jump on panel, no big deal. And then they show up real fast like that.
Mine. All right. So I got to switch accounts. That's all. I had, It'll take 1 second. There we go. Now we're back where we need to be. Kat is mad.
She's mad.
Kat should be on stage is where Kat should be.
Yeah. Why is she up here?
Add as moderator, managing moderator. Kill him, Kat.
Have fun, Kat.
Let's put. I did that, so hopefully that does it. All right, good. Yeah, I don't. No, we got another one here. Let's get that one.
Yeah, that's why I always put subscriber mode because it slows them down at the very least.
Yeah.
If I put it at like subscriber at like 20 minutes plus. And to me, being able to be in the chat is a privilege anyways, not a right.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to hit that button and wait for 20 minutes, then you don't want to chat that bad.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So that should have that. And Kat's in there now as a mod. So, and Kat should come along into the stream. All right. So we started talking about.
You were saying dinner.
Yeah. So we're at dinner. We started talking about all of that. And so I said I'm always armed, and then we got talking about guns again, and one of the things is that she asked me she said, well, guns are really cheap, and I said, well, not really, and And she said, well, I saw them in some gun stores like $50. And I'm like, there's no fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's just no fucking way. And see, it won't
You
me
let
do
it.
I have to go to the other side. Give me one second. I gotta. Oop, wrong button.
You let it distract you too much. Kat's
did.
probably knocking him out because we'll still be able to see him on our end
Well, Arctic
before
Wolf.
she
Yeah.
mods him out. But once she does it on her end, it takes care of it.
Yeah.
That one's
All right,
actually kind of funny.
Cat's in there. Cat's in.
Oh, they're really funny. At least they're creative,
Yeah.
you know. CEO. He's like, you are the worst troll.
Yeah. Pretty funny. All right.
I apologize on behalf of my trolls.
That is okay. Dano's in it. Yeah, Dano and Kat, between the two of them, they'll
they'll take care of it. Again, you'll still see it on your end for a little bit, but them doing it will knock it out on their end. Yeah.
So, and then we started talking about how expensive some of this stuff was. And I'm like, well, like the shotgun that I just bought my son, it was like $2,400. That was up from the $700 shotgun that I'd gotten him before. But he earned it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about all of that stuff. And then she goes into this. Well, we have to do something about these shootings, these random shootings. And I'm like, well, first of all, a lot of them aren't random. And then I said, you understand that in this country, at least, the number one murder weapon is blunt object, hammers.
Really?
Yeah, number one. Has been for like 30 years, I think, honestly.
Wow.
So we should ban baseball bats, hammers, 2x4s. What else, Anson? I don't know.
Yeah, we should ban fists. People kill each other with those. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. But I think that the problem this lady had is a thinking error. There's a lot of people who use tone policing, which is what you're describing as tone policing, as a way to stop a conversation instead of actually engaging in the content of the conversation. You see it all the time on these debate podcasts, on the whatever, all the women who do tone policing instead of actually talking about the substance. And that's all she was doing, is a thinking error, because she's easily manipulated, because she obviously falls prey to the tone policing herself and doesn't understand that it's a logical fallacy to engage in that in an ad hominem.
I think it's really advanced with her, because the one stat that she kept coming back to, and so she's had advanced indoctrination, because and I'm guarantee you it's her leftist boyfriend. The one stat she kept coming back to is that we have more shooting deaths in the U.S. than Germany or Spain or the UK. And I'm like, where they've eliminated basically all firearm ownership. I said, well, sure. But you look at all death by crime. Those are smaller countries, and per thousand, per capita, their numbers are higher than ours, especially in the UK, where when they banned guns, at the same time they made it our version of a felony. They made it a serious crime that you could be put to death for, which was the same as murder. They made it basically the same as murder to use a weapon in a crime. So if you held somebody at knife point and stole their wallet, you faced the same criminal conviction as if you had murdered somebody. And so what the result of that was that simple muggings became literal murder sprees for people, because they didn't want to take the risk of being identified for mugging. When the punishment's the same, it became way worse. And so and she's like, well, but that doesn't have anything to do with the shootings. And I'm like, no, it has. Who cares about the fact? Who cares which device ends your life? The fact is that their lives being ended. And she just couldn't get her head around that. And I ended up, she said, well, how do you propose that we prevent school shootings? And I'm like, easy, arm the teachers. So we're doing here in Tennessee. They're doing it in Texas, and they're doing it somewhere else. I don't know if Clover Tack is still in, but he'll have some information on this as well. But there's a school in in Colorado that for decades has armed teachers. The teachers that choose to go armed receive the same training as the sheriff's deputies, same firearm training, and and then obviously they're carrying concealed and all of that, and they've never had any issues at that school ever. And the reason, part of their reason for doing that is Colorado is shockingly full of remote areas, and this high school's in a fairly remote area. It would take half an hour realistically for first responders to get to them, and so they don't want to take that risk and never have. And there's other, and here in Tennessee we have a program to allow a pathway for teachers to go armed, and the same thing for, I think in Texas they're doing it as well, maybe Oklahoma. And she about lost it at that, and she's like, well, I hope why not just arm the students? And I'm like, I would love for my son to go armed, because I know that he would stand up and protect every single person in his class. Like, he's on the school shooting team, right? I said one of the biggest annoyances of my life is that this guy, my son, who does great things, is on the school shooting team, but he can't carry his firearm that he uses to represent the school and has won trophies for the school, won awards. He can't carry that on campus. He can't take his sport. People can carry baseball bats all day, but he can't carry his broken down shotgun in a case. It's crazy world. But it's anyway. So she about lost it. She was like super, like she looked like she was going to cry, and I said, you need to calm down. You're looking upset. And she's like, I'm very upset. This is very serious.
So does she present as right-winged or conservative at all? Or and I'm not saying in that instance, but does she?
Like she's conservative.
Well, does she say she's conservative?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't say whether she's conservative or liberal. I called her a leftist feminist the other night, or I guess last night. I ended up with I'm like, you're as near as I can tell, you're a leftist feminist, and you need to really look into what you're doing, because what you say and what you say and what you do matters, and what you're saying and what you're doing is very different than what you're doing, and what you're saying is highly different than what you originally said in our initial conversations, right? What you said is that you were a very traditional woman, you're a Christian woman, you believe in this, you believe in that. I asked her where rights come from, right? That was another bone of contention, and she's like, I don't know. Well, rights come from people who have guns. I really upset her when I told her that women would not have rights without men going along, enforcing those rights for women. Mm-hmm. She really didn't like that. And I said, well, how do you, what else, what do you suppose that you can do? Right? Like if all men said, nope, this is the end of that, there are no more rights for women, what would you do?
I think, Grit, I think part of your problem is that you're having a bias issue, because you spend a significant amount of time thinking about these issues and discussing these kinds of issues and paying attention.
I'm deeply involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the average person, I mean, they can't even, they haven't thought through any of it. And it's obvious that this woman has emotional responses to difficult conversations. So it's not like she's going to be, of the temperament to challenge her own belief structure easily. It's going to have to be something jarring to her.
I agree with you. The thing, if she hadn't challenged my belief structure, I wouldn't have challenged hers.
Right. And she may just be used to people cowering to her emotional response, because I think that's something I've experienced with women is that when they have an emotional response, the men usually shut down or cease engaging in the conversation instead of continuing having it. It almost would have been a better use of your time to discuss how logic works with her instead of discussing the issues, because she might have been more receptive to that meta conversation. What do you think, Sarah?
I think that you're okay. So if exactly to what you're saying, Anson, is kind of going to speak into my whole point that I'm going to go with here. I'm going to ask you to bear with me so I can try to land the plane. But if men always say women are emotional and illogical, how can you expect us to understand a logical conversation? How can you expect us to be up to the standard that you're trying to put in front of us to understanding it? How can you expect us to understand the idea of gun control, no gun control, rights, who's enforcing the rights? How can you put that on? Unless she spends time in this space where we literally hear it all day long, it's like pinned to our heads now. Unless she spends time in this space, the average normal person who doesn't YouTube in this sphere doesn't know anything about these conversations. They're out doing life and they're just, unicorns and rainbows and they don't care. So you have to recognize that you're trying to hold a person to a logical expectation when you're already saying they're illogical, right? It's
Right.
not going to work. But not only that, like this isn't a conversation necessarily that would, like if I was in her shoes, I would only give you so much credibility to speak to me and to try to teach me or show me the way or put your thought process on me because you're not my husband. Right now, obviously, she's in a divorce, things are going on, but you're not my husband, you're not my father, you're not my brothers or my priest. So whatever you are saying, I'm not obligated to respect. Well, I should be respectful, right? But I don't have to respect what you're saying. I don't have to put any credibility to it. I don't have to take it with a grain of salt. There's nothing about what you're saying to her that needs to make her conform to anything because you're not her man or any of the men that are in her life. So that's the only, and that I give a lot of pushback to anybody in this space trying to say to all of the females, well, you're just a stupid feminist, blah, 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 blah. It's like, but they don't owe you anything. And so that's where that piece comes from. Now, if we're having a conversation like this, and obviously I'm participating, I am going to be respectful, listen, and so on and so forth. But I think in that instance, like you're putting yourself in a position, and maybe the conversation kind of came because of the circumstances, but you're putting yourself in a position when where you're offering unsolicited advice to somebody who is already illogical to begin with and should be taking this advice from the men in her life, not her friend's husband.
John. It's past dinner time, brother. Past dinner time. Actually, sir, I really respect everything you said, and you're absolutely right. Had she not instigated the discussions, I would never have talked about any of it, and I don't. I make it actually a real point to not speak about. I don't even tell people that I podcast unless they more or less ask me directly, what do you do, or why. I'll say, hey, I've got to be on, I got to be online, or well, what are you doing? When maybe I'll tell them, but usually I don't even tell them that. Because it's a sphere of, like,
if you don't know, you don't know. Yeah.
I think somebody's knocking on my door. Stand by. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
So, Sarah, you just mentioned something that I thought was really interesting, and it went to one of the thoughts that I had on this that I expressed before, but I don't think I did very well, which is the notion that women tend to follow the prevailing narrative, which you described as the authority of the man in her life, as the person that she should be taking the advice from. It's part of what I've noticed as the nature of women, that they yield to that authority is something that men don't do. But I guess men do in their own hierarchy. I don't, just because that's not how I operate. But a lot of men do that, where they follow the narrative of whoever's in charge also. And is there any way that exists that you know of to get around that, where Grid would have been in a position of authority? Is there a method that he could have used to build authority in the conversation so that she would listen to him?
Okay, this is just my thought process. I'm not saying I'm 100% right in any of this, but from my perspective, women like to answer their own questions without knowing they're answering their own questions. If you tell me to do it, it's going to irritate the crap out of me. If I tell myself to do it, I'm going to be like, oh, I came up with that whole idea all by myself. So,
Okay.
so like to me, a workaround for some women would be ask the questions instead of giving the answers and let them figure it out. Because just the same as when she's upset and she just wants to vent, she doesn't want a solution. She just wants to sit there and yip, 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 yip. Same goes for authority or, receiving like do this kind of stuff. Instead of saying, go do this, like for instance, with my kids, I like to give them an option oriented thing where they think they have an option, even though there really is no option. It's just like, well, do you want to go brush your teeth first or do you want to get a shower first? Right. Either way, you're going to get ready for bed. It's just a matter of which one. And you believe you have the option. So remember, like women are very much like children. So I would say if you want to have a discussion and you want her to wrap her brain around it, like make her answer her own questions, like guide her, but don't force her. Don't force the thought because you're not a man in my life. You're not the authority. I don't have to listen to anything. So I'm going to be more argumentative. I'm going to be more combative. I'm going to be more like, well, who are you? I don't know you, but if you want to lead a horse to water, you lead them, and you let them figure it out when they get there.
So you're saying don't tell a woman a thing, ask her like a series of Socratic style questions to lead her through the logic of the position that you have so that she actually says the words herself. That's kind of like what Andrew Wilson does with these, or he tries to do with the women, but they resist him every step of the way.
They're resisting because they're already in a heated argument to begin with. And they already know coming into that it's going to be that way. Right. That's kind of like any panel you go on, like I already know if a man's going to come at me and we're debating over something, I already know it's going to be argumentative. I don't want to be agreeable, right? I mean, I think I'm more of the agreeable than others, but they're already in that moment. It's heated. It's getting that way. But in Grid's position with the woman, they're at dinner with his wife, they're having a conversation and it's not really necessarily, it doesn't sound like it was combative, but it sounded like she was just learning a whole new world and she didn't like it. I mean, and I think that's reasonable for her to be like, what? Like, how is this possible? And if you don't know it, you don't know it.
I can go along with that. I think that a lot of times, and this is something I guess everyone has to kind of keep in mind is that some people just have never been exposed to anything, or even if they have, it's limited. It's a limited amount, and they're always going to think that they're right. All right, come on. Very few of us think we're wrong, especially when we say something, and regardless of the acknowledgement of authority, there's a reality where if somebody's invested in their reality, they put time into this, they've built that belief structure and all of that, and to ask them to change it or to give them information that defeats theirs. And I have a good example of this is that one of the things that I kind of hit on was that I think from personal experience, I don't like California. I don't like New York. And I just don't believe that I really don't believe that they're better than where I live in Tennessee or most places, to be honest with you. I bet Alabama, where Anson lives, is really nice because I've been to Alabama a few times. And, and she would not believe that. But then she started looking it up, and as far as quality of life, it's way better.
Yeah.
And all of the various metrics that you would use, right? Disposable income, debt, the amount of debt the state runs. Tennessee runs on a surplus. California and New York both run on $1 billion deficits every year. They absorb. The only reason they exist is because because of federal tax dollars. Otherwise, they would be completely broke. And
Wow.
You know, I mean, to the tune of billions of dollars, like 4.3 billion, I think, is what New York was short this year. 4.3
Wow.
billion.
How do you? Never mind.
Right,
I don't even
right.
want to know.
How do you get there, right?
Yeah.
And
Like, at what point do you stop swiping the credit? You know.
see, that's what, you know, that's kind of my point, is at what point do we just say, guys, you got to do it on your own. There's no more, we're turning off the tap. No more federal tax dollars for you.
Yeah.
Yet we do. And so, and you could, and she actually fact checked me on Google as we were driving down the road, because she didn't believe me that that's the fact.
But that
Right.
makes sense, again, because you're not an authority to her. I would probably be pulling it up too. Now, I've had way more well, at least I've had a lot of interactions with you in this regard of things that I typically will take your word as fact anyways, but
Well,
you're not
I
an
don't
authority.
say things. Well, first of all, there's two things about me in this space. I don't know if you would agree with this, but if I say I know something, it's fact. I know it.
Right.
You can go check it. And if I make a mistake, I will say, hey, I'm wrong. I've misremembered, or, you know, maybe I was just fucking wrong. Who knows? I don't know. I've been wrong before.
Yeah.
But those two things make, you know, keep what I'm saying respectable and valuable, right? Because otherwise, if you lose that, if you gain a reputation for just talking out of your ass, then nobody's going to trust a word you say. At least I don't, you know, when somebody gains a reputation for talking out of their ass and just making shit up on the fly, like Destiny makes shit up on the fly. I don't trust a fucking word he says. Right. I never will. Never.
Now, Grid, let me ask you this. Are you going to have more interactions with this lady?
Probably. Well, I did today a little bit this month.
Yeah.
So I'm limiting it now because I don't, because she's my wife's friend, not my friend. And I don't want, you know, there's no point in me interacting with her anyway. I don't care one way or the other.
Well, if you,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if you do, it might be worth like trying a different technique with her. You know, because she sounds like she had somewhat of a traumatic experience during the conversation. And this is going to sound kind of weird, but you might want to try and empathize with the difficulty that she had to build some rapport with her. And then she might be more receptive to what Sarah was talking about the Socratic line of questioning, where you come up with a series of questions to ask her to lead her into the position after you've rebuilt that rapport. And I think you might have some success with her.
I mean, that's certainly possible. I mean, I don't think she's a bad person at all. Matter of fact, I think that she's probably a really good person. I just think that and I'm actually just using this as an example that I run into quite often, not just in this space, but with people in general. And I think that most people would say the same thing. They run into situations where even after you give someone information, they don't accept it. They won't accept it. And
she might have to process.
Got to process, right? And because a lot of these people have never heard before, right? Like they've never thought about it.
I was about to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Devin. Thank you for coming back and joining us.
Yeah, no worries. I was about to say, what it sounds like to me is, especially with her fact checking what you were saying, the information that you were giving her, you were causing her to question her belief system. And she sounds like she's having a difficult time with coming to terms with having you make her question her own belief system.
Yeah, maybe.
But you also, another good antic that I would consider is perspective, putting them in those shoes. And one of the ways you could say is like, because you carry your knife on, you know, on your person, and the three of you, like you, your wife, and her are walking down in Vegas. Vegas can be a scary place, okay? And you could put it into perspective, like, yeah, okay, I'm armed, I'm carrying this XYZ, and we're walking back to the hotel from dinner, and somebody, you know, tries to take your purse or beat us up or, you know, threaten us with something, you know, you'd feel better because she's not going to do anything, right? But she would definitely scare behind and cower behind you because you're the man in the situation. And what are you going to do? Well, at least you have a knife on you, right? If like, I feel like putting somebody into those shoes is helpful because then they can see and understand it a little bit more. Now she has to be willing to visualize that.
You got to get through the delusion first, right?
Right. But
right.
I mean, again, I never often I don't like to give the directives of what you should, how it could, or whatever, or this is what it should be like XYZ. I don't like giving those, but instead I like to ask the questions and let people formulate their own thought process, you know?
Yeah. Clover Tack, normally I would have been armed with a firearm. However, I flew with my wife and son, and I don't generally fly with pistols. They're too easily stolen out of my luggage. So I end up bringing big rifle cases, and that would have freaked everybody out. So, yeah, she did actually, Clover Tack. She did. So.
Now, Tara, let me say.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that's a really good suggestion because getting the perspective of someone else's shoes is a lower level of thinking than the logic level that Grid was trying to impose on her in the conversation. And so this happens all the time in these conversations where we assume that other people are on the same thought level as yourself, and that's just not the case, Grid. I mean, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily the exposure level. It's just that she may not be thinking at that high of an advanced level. I mean, some people can't even think, in terms of historical perspectives in a time series. Well, this is what happened in the past. These decisions were made in the past, so we're doing the same thing now, and probably the same thing's going to happen again. That's an even higher level of thinking. You can't assume that she's as advanced as you, Grid.
Question to that: did you know her when she was married?
No. This is this first time meeting her. So, and the interesting thing is she's really intelligent, and I feel like she's really well read. So, I don't think it was an intellectual thing. To answer a couple of your chatters, Seagull, I was actually carrying an out the front automatic. Lauren, you cannot take a knife on the plane. However, you can check it in your checked bag. The difference is that if someone steals a knife out of my bag, I'm angry. If someone steals a gun out of my bag, I'm super pissed off. So there you go. That's why I don't care. I never fly with just handguns. If I'm going to fly with guns, I fly with rifles and handguns in a very large case. It can't be stolen easily because I don't want my guns. I have had friends that have had their guns stolen. So, and it sucks. Yeah, Lauren, you just check it in your checked bag. Knife, gun, whatever.
I would
I fly with guns all the time.
If she continues to kind of ask more questions, I would say you have her attention. And not in a combative way, but I think if you find that she's asking you more questions, then now she's starting to trust you. And when
I think I got to fight past the leftist German boyfriend to get into her belief system. So I don't expect to win here. And neither does my wife. My wife is like, she is who she is. And we also think, again, that maybe there's some anger there. And I'm not going to look, I'm not doing the deep dive here. I'm just, I was just an interesting, the interesting part of the situation is I often run into, especially in dealing with women that are either that watch a lot of shows like this, or that watch a lot of the old what we used to call daytime TV, that they have an opinion on every issue, or we all know those types. And when I talk to them about it, it's a very canned, it's a canned response, and it's often a very different response to what they say they are. What they'll say they are is, I'm a very traditional woman. I believe in this. I believe in that. But then when you start actually talking to them, point by
Grid,
point.
I hate to cut you off. I've got to drop. My son's having a seizure. I'll holler at you later.
Okay, Devin. Good luck, buddy. Wow.
Poor thing. I hope he's okay.
There's
Sounds
a
like
He may be an EMT or something. So I don't know.
well, he said his son was having a seizure, which that's unfortunate.
Oh, did he say son? Oh
yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
he's got
Yeah.
problems. He's got stuff to do.
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
It sounds like he's used to it though, so it does like
Yeah.
it would sound like it was very like nonchalant.
yeah, I wouldn't have taken the time to tell you. I'd have just punched out.
I would have just laughed. But if he's taking the time to say it,
Yeah.
sounds like it's and that could be a very common thing too.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So Grid, the phenomenon that you're describing has a name.
Yeah.
These people are called midwits.
Really?
Where they're
I've never heard of
midwits.
that.
Yeah,
I've never heard of
they're intelligent enough to be able to repeat issues, but they haven't actually thought through the logic of their positions. So it's actually a normal. You can look up midwits. It's a term.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yeah.
I find I like it. I like how that some of these and getting away from the episode yesterday and just moving into generalities here. I like how so many of them can just spew out stats, but they don't understand the meaning behind the stats, and they usually pick one or two that they feel are all encompassing, whether they are or not.
Mhm.
And is that part of the midwit thing, or is that like a different?
Yeah. I mean, they're good at repeating things. They're chimpanzees. So it's the Fox News, CNN audience. The people who
Right.
just accept the prevailing narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, Sarah, did you hear? Have you been paying any attention to the thing going on with Destiny?
I think all I heard was something like he basically was upset that the shot missed or something like that, or
Oh, it's way worse.
oh, it's worse. Oh, I
Way.
yeah, I've been kind of out of the loop in a sense. I just
I
see
was
the
too.
headlines.
I caught it this morning. He said on a stream a couple of days ago that the firefighter who protected his family and lost his life. He literally said on his stream, "Fuck that guy. He deserves it for being at a Trump rally."
Oh,
And so somebody sent that, and it was obviously he was rebroadcasting on X, I guess, at the same time. And somebody tagged Elon Musk in that and said, "This is not what your advertisers should see." And Musk said, "You're right. This isn't something that my advertisers are going to want to see." And so he demonetized Destiny, I think, until the end of the month, or maybe longer. Not really sure how long it is. And then Kick got wind of it, and they saw, I think, maybe the interview with Piers Morgan yesterday sealed it, and today he was banned from Kick. I've heard until the end of I've heard two things. I've heard it was a permanent ban. I've also heard that it's until the 31st, until the end of the month. But because they're calling it hate speech as well, and which kind of
yeah,
is.
I could see where that sits. Okay,
Kind of
Yeah.
is, right? Like you're, and yeah, you know how hard you have to try to get banned from Kick.
really.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. Yeah, and I think he's demonetized in both. Not that he cares. I think he really gets paid by a PAC or something. But at any rate, he got banned off of Kick, and I mean he said some crazy shit over the last few days, and he's one of those I'm uncertain how the amount of delusion that's going on is contained, because what I'm trying to say here, he always reverts back to things that were headlines back when, but have been either disproven or new evidence has come out. Like he talks about how Republicans fought against the lockdowns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how and how they didn't accept the mRNA vaccines and that sort of thing. Well, that has all turned out to be correct, but he never admits that any of the stuff that was later found out to be true or correct, he never acknowledges any of that. He only sticks with the acts from back when they happened. And I find that really interesting. It's like a really specialized kind of delusion. I don't know. Anybody else got any thought process on that? I mean, I talked about it earlier today. But...
To you, Hanson.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a propaganda technique to repeat the same thing over and over again, whether or not it's true. And if you're pushing a narrative, you have to be an effective avatar of that narrative and do it in the best way possible, even if it's in his case, he doesn't follow any kind of ethical system like you, Grid. So I would imagine that it wouldn't bother him whether or not he's honest, because that's and what you've described of his behavior so far, of Destiny's behavior so far, is repugnant. And I really haven't paid that much attention to him because I can't get past a few seconds of listening to him before I have to stop. But having no regard for human life or human dignity and saying that about somebody should be deceased because of their political affiliation. I mean, there's no level to which you would stoop, and so
right.
It's more of a condemnation of his character than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lauren. Yeah, I know that Destiny's currently researching an anti-Trump hit piece. I guess he's putting all of his energy into that. Dude is just like lost it. He's gone over the edge. But
I don't. Some people get like so hyper focused on a thought process that they can kind of spiral. And to me, this kind of looks like a spiral where you let it emotionally get to you so hard. Like, what was that with that like feminist who was like crying that Trump won or whatever, I mean, if you let it bother you and like physically, emotionally, mentally bother you to that degree, to the point where you're so hyper focused, now you're going to come up with a hit piece on somebody. To me, that's strange behavior. That's just not being willing to accept things for what they are. It is what it is kind of deal. Or to have the logical reasoning to sit and say, oh, this was a bad thing that happened. No matter what the circumstances are, no matter who's involved, it's still a bad thing that happened. I should feel bad. And if he's not recognizing that normal emotional intelligence, then I would say something a little bigger than that is happening to him, because anybody can step back and say, this is bad. People were hurt. People were killed. This is bad. Just take all of the political stuff outside of it, all of those things, like it's still bad. And that's where I'd say something's not right. Something's spiraling.
Yeah, and I saw Clovertack's comment that as far as he was concerned, and I agree, hate speech is a slippery slope, right? Like I dislike the term. I don't like using it. I certainly don't like the thought of it, and I really don't like tone. Obviously, I don't like tone policing. Here's the thing. What he said was despicable on every level. There's nothing that I could think of that would be more despicable. I don't know that it rises to the level of hate speech. As a matter of fact, I don't know what hate speech is. But saying that about a human that sacrificed their life for their family and and in effect blaming them for it because they chose to be there at an event. If the shoe was on the other foot, if it had been somebody at a Biden event, if it had been somebody at a RFK event, there would be massive, massive calls, and somebody said something like that. There would be massive calls for them to be canceled and all of this other thing. And what I don't hear is that, right? Like, I don't hear anybody out there right now saying Destiny should be canceled. We're shocked by it. We think we disapprove of it, but I don't hear anybody saying to deplatform him. I'm actually shocked that he is currently demonetized and banned from Kick. I can't say that I can't say that I disagree with the decision to penalize him for his callousness, right? I would say that the words are less important than the behavior to me, right? I don't know if Anson agrees. Anson looks disapproving here, so I'm going to let Anson speak. And
when you engage in demonetizing or any show of any support when you're a content creator, Grid, you're saying, well, when it's the left's turn to be mad, they're going to come after me. And I've already said that it's an appropriate thing to do for them to demonetize, Destiny. So, I have no way to fight back because I'm not standing for the right of another content creator to continue. Now, what he did was bad and he should be called out for it. And he should lose all of his audience over it. But if there's a large enough audience that wants to hear it, then we have to defeat that and not fight in the platforms.
So that's an interesting point. I like that point because Destiny himself has regaled in other users being deplatformed and kicked off of various panels, and he's called for basically all of the conservatives to be deplatformed, right? Because for this very thing. So it's an interesting dynamic that you're exactly right? He's the one that has sought demonetization for others, and here he is the one that's demonetized.
Well, if you can afford to lose a couple months worth of monetization and things like that, then you're not going to be quite as concerned.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah. If you got nothing to lose,
Yeah, I think he's getting paid by PAX anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm going to go refill my water. I'll be right back.
I agree. Yeah, Anson, I agree with you. And matter of fact, we're seeing that real time. His appeal to Twitch to be reinstated was also denied. So,
well, the whole cancel culture thing that's blown up over the last decade, I've been a victim of that, through Facebook before with large groups that I've been a part of and helped found. And it's not something that is it's un-American because it goes against the idea that freedom of expression is important. Now, there's the whole argument that these are private platforms or whatever. We all know they're not private platforms because they're influenced so much by government control.
Yeah, I agree.
So it would be good for the conservatives to at least remain consistent on free speech, even though it's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, I just keep coming back to what he said was just absolutely despicable. I can't believe that a human being said that. And yeah, kind of the end of it. So for me, but yeah, let's kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. But guys like Destiny don't, because they're part of that protected class. You guys just don't you guys have to understand the protected class rules. And I'm not in that. I'm not in the protected class. So
yeah, well,
go ahead.
Well, on a related note of protected classes, Joe Biden is probably the most protected individual in the world in terms of his walking around and saying stuff, and it's related to this because of all of the stuff going on with Trump and him winning the cases and the attempt on his life. The polling numbers are showing, and the enthusiasm is showing for Trump right now, and there's still calls for Biden to be removed from the ticket on the Democrat side, and there was a prominent Democrat congressman who came out today and said that Biden needed to get off the ticket. And there's been a push over the past week or so where the DNC was going to have an early vote on affirming Biden as their candidate prior to the convention, having all of the delegates do a virtual vote. And that has been shot down because there was so much going on with opposition to Biden. And so I think that there's still a chance that they're going to remove him at the DNC convention and replace him with somebody else. That door has been kept open. So it's related to this, but unrelated. So
yeah. So what I heard earlier today, welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you.
What I heard earlier today, I forget where I heard it. Might have been on Piers Morgan, but I don't think it was. Basically, what they were saying is that a lot of people are calling for Biden to step down, but they don't have the votes. They don't, there's a lot of people who are very concerned. And what he said, now this was I believe a Democratic or a Democrat senator. And he said basically that as far as he could tell, nobody wanted to use up, their words, their resources of putting in somebody that would potentially lose the election against Trump. They don't want to burn up I guess deplete their roster, for lack of a better term. Like they're good players. They don't want to risk an injury, so to speak. And so it's I don't know. I don't know that they have a deep roster. So what that tells me is that they're probably still thinking of putting Newsom in, and they just want to kind of have something going on. So JD Vance, that's a good subject. JD Vance.
Yeah, what do you think?
It surprised me. His record on firearms legislation is pretty impeccable. It's pretty interesting.
there's no coincidence that Musk came out with his massive donation to the Trump PAC after Vance was appointed to the VP spot, because they're all a part of the Peter Thiel network in Silicon Valley. And so those are all connected, the Musk donation, and there's going to be more support from Silicon Valley, so it's a good boost for Trump's campaign.
So I had somebody pitch me a different perspective. Hear me out on this. The thing the Democrats fear more than Trump winning is Trump losing, because then he can run again. If Biden wins and Trump is against someone else they're neither one incumbent, they're like 90% sure he'll win. They really, really want him to go away. But barring him go away, they would rather sacrifice 4 years now and have a chance of putting somebody in against a weaker, lesser known Republican than putting somebody up against Trump with no incumbent coming out of the office or going forward. I heard that theory today. It's actually really smart for the Democrat. I've never give Democrats this much credit for playing this way, but it would be actually really smart. So,
I'm super excited about JD Vance. I don't know about y'all. Sarah,
yeah,
are you excited about JD Vance? He's a good looking guy. He's 39 years old. He's Ivy League educated. He comes from white trash background. He's a perfect guy. Alpha male, nice and big.
I will call my father and see what he thinks. And then I'll let you know.
Great answer. That's a great answer. Then you'll know what to think. That's a great answer. So, yeah.
I mean, he sounds like he has a good resume, though. I mean, any Marine, you know, I already have like a full support behind that. Just you know, Marine Corps, and you know, to me, it just yeah, it sounds like he has a great resume for the spot. You know, it's odd that he's so young, because I don't think we've really seen that very much. But maybe that's what we do need, is somebody a little more youthful and energetic per se for the cause.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but testing. How's my voice?
It's good.
Here,
Okay, grid one. What happened? Let's see. Justin Henley just DM'd me that you needed me. What's up?
Oh, we had Sarah's fan club was in blasting and spamming the chat, but I got Kat came in and I modded her up, and
Yeah.
and then we had somebody else in. But I literally like looked around and there were like no mods at all in the chat. So
Yeah, that was my bad grid. I think
right.
well, here's a kind of thing here. It's just that Sarah, it's nothing to do with Sarah. It's just yeah, a huge fan club of black pill sadomasochists like follow her everywhere she goes. Somewhat flattering. But I mean, I've been wanting to tell you ask Sarah about this because I know that you're going to be having Kat Katibi on your show, and I was planning on just being able to DM Kat to be able to say, just have if you're going to dual stream with her, not too sure if you are or not, but have like a mod to be able to keep an eye on it because of your fan club. But going back to the whole whole trial I had a few months ago, I just kind of, to me, sounded like I was kind of going behind your back and giving like you a bad rep. And it's not like I'm trying to. I mean, but how I go
what are you
about
talking
doing
about?
that? What's up?
Who's he talking? Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you, Sarah, because again,
I was like, wait, what?
I'm referring to like the whole black pill sadomasochist cult that just follow you and Ashley everywhere, despite on what streams you are. And it's nothing against you. It's just I'm just trying to be able to say, because I know that you and Kat are going to be doing a stream together. I got some concern that like Kat, I'm not too sure if you have any mods in your chat, but be able to have one just to keep an eye on it, just because literally all the gay star guys.
And I always recommend setting your subscriber mode on for chat to at least 20 minutes or more. And that slows it down and it puts another kind of barrier there. That seems to do the job.
Right. But again, I was planning on telling like Kat that, but I didn't want to like give you a bad rep or any thing of that sorts, because as you can see, like how that DM sound. Hey, I know you're going to collab with Sarah the Raging Tomato. She's awesome, but have a mod in her chat because she has a lot of trolls and stuff. I just didn't want to come off as like I was saying anything bad about you. And it's not really your fault, nor is it Ashley's fault that you guys have some dedicated fans.
They are dedicated, are they not?
Oh, yes.
I'm like, they're more loyal than like my top members.
Yep.
It's a little absurd. Sometimes I'll show, I was saying this earlier to Grid One, like I'll show up on a panel and I won't restream. I haven't been in chat. I'll just, I'll get an invite and I'll just pop on and boom, there they all are. Like 2 minutes later, I'm like, how do you even know? How did you even know I was here?
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. But still,
there seems to be a group or maybe two groups of malcontents that are going around and they follow different creators. It seems to be in a particular size of subscriber membership and chat, and they just seem to be troublemakers. And I had especially if you don't have their friends on. I think I've noticed that I haven't actually had that many, or I don't see that many because I generally have really awesome mods that just like zap everybody out, pretty quickly. But
well, just my main thing about it though is, Sarah, if you are going to collab with someone that I work with, is it all right if I just tell them to kind of warn them to have like a mod in their chat, as well as like perhaps even subscriber mode? I'm sure to do
Oh,
that.
yeah. I that was already going to be something because Kat, I know you and I have already been talking anyways, but I usually give that preface up front or like right before we get ready to start streaming. I say like, if you're going to do this, make sure you XYZ, or if they jump on my stream and immediately start restreaming, then it's up to them to figure it out from there. But yeah, I mean, be mindful of how you warn people, because if you say it the wrong way,
Yes.
you tarnish like you put a fear out there, so I mean, just trust and know that I know what I'm doing in terms of like my conversations with people, and I manage it very well on my end. But and if you're warning them in a way that sounds like might come off the wrong way, or you're saying things before I've even had a conversation with them, or maybe I've already had a conversation and they don't want to restream, they just want to stay on my platform, you're saying things that don't even need to be said, for instance. But I think in that instance, it's probably better to just leave it to the creators to coordinate on their own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. But another thing too, and this was like a my bad grid. I think since we just have like entire Discord and we're like in contacts, I think instead of like leaving the chat immediately because I had to go to a martial arts class, I think I should just either DM like the Raging Patriot or Bay Street Racer or Are We Not Men, like some of our main mods, to be able to say, hey, I'm heading out. Can you guard the chat? Because that's what we normally do, and I think it's best that I forgot to do it this time. And so usually someone else is in the chat and I can just tell them that. But next time I'll DM them to go guard the chats.
Well, I'm meant to, I honestly meant to start streaming a little later, but I got over here early, and I'm about 2 hours early of where I wanted to be. And which is fine. We've been able to talk about some things. I'm sure we'll talk about it some more now that Kat's here. And we'll get Devin back up here now that he's everything's good with him. But
Howdy, Devin.
at the end of the day, it's a minor annoyance, that somebody's over there spamming the chat. It's fine. It's literally like the most childish thing I've seen in a while. It takes me back to the ASC II days when we were trying to like take down kick people offline by with bot attacks and stuff. So it's just,
okay. Well, I just wanted to come up here to like clarify that, and I also wanted to just like ask just Sarah that in the future, if like anyone else collabs, that I'll do my best to be able to. Well, I mean, actually, I'll just leave it up.
you did fine, man. You did fine. It's no big deal.
To keep an eye on this stuff, and so yeah, I'll hop back down. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah. Yep. All right, and back to the stream. Excellent. We have Kat now. Welcome, Kat. How are you?
Pretty good.
Were you able to hear anything of my opening
No.
discussion?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. It's too bad. Maybe we'll get back into it in a minute.
Can I say thank you really quick to OPC Don for the he accidentally double sent it, but he said he's not complaining. But he sends in $2 twice and says, "Everyone, please support the Bratty Tomato Fund." Thank you, OPC.
I didn't see it come in on my end, so I didn't put it up. But
it's showing on StreamYard. But that's okay.
Right there you go.
Yeah, no big deal.
There it is.
Thank you,
support
OPC.
that Bratty Tomato Fund. Absolutely. I wasn't paying attention when it came through. That's why.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Now we'll come back to it. And I don't know. The whole thing about all of the chat stuff is kind of crazy. Anyway.
Yeah. The chat's gonna chat. It's its own living, breathing organism of craziness, and you never know what you're gonna get. And I just have to anticipate that, and it is what it
Well, I
is,
did
you know.
the last time you were in. They were doing the same thing, and then I've had I've and this is actually a good point. Before I'm going to kind of go back into what I talked about with you guys earlier with chat, but before I do that, let me give you since we're talking about spammers and malcontents and all of that, I really don't mind malcontents or hecklers or whatever. I really don't care, because honestly, I hope the chat makes fun of them and just buries them. Like, I would much prefer them be targets, willing targets, than anything else, because then that's kind of the way I look at it, because I will heckle them from in here. It's and all in good fun. I don't really, I'm not trying to, ruin anybody's day, but if you're going to come in and talk shit in my chat, I'm just going to talk shit back to you. And at the other end of the day, it's there's a there's a lot of this stuff that kind of goes around that people get all upset about. Now, there are some things that I just don't like and I won't tolerate. I've got to have a matter of fact that somebody PM'd me earlier today, and they're setting up an in-person meeting with me because I will not have them back on the channel at all, period, because of the things that they've said elsewhere that I saw. And I look, it's not a case of go along to get along. It never will be. If you say something mean about me, Sarah, I will ask you about it, and then either I accept it or I don't, and we move on. Right? Like, I'm not going to hold that against you. If I say something mean about you, and I have, you can confront me about that, and I will tell you why I said it. And and you did, right? You confronted me about it, and I said, "This is what I said. This is why I said it," and then everything was fine, right? And that's the way that adults should act.
Right.
The problem is we have a bunch of people who are non-adults.
Well, the thing of it is, like, with the chat and the trolls, is like they're coming in with some kind of intention, but the intention is not going to work, right? Number one, you're not going to hurt my feelings, like, I typically ignore it, but when they start like spamming the N-word and doing, that's when it's like, all right, you have to do something about that, because I don't want TOS crap and things like that to get away with it. And it takes out, the enjoyment of being in the chat for the other chatters. But outside of that, I don't care what they say about me. And then number two, like, they're trying to like get everybody on board with whatever thought process they want to have. And it's like, nobody cares. Nobody cares what you have to say, because number one, you're coming in under a fake account, which means you're a big,
big chicken.
Thank you. I was like trying to think of the better word than the one that was in my head. So you're being a big baby about it, being a big chicken. You don't even have like the
don't
balls
have the guts to go into your own name.
Right. And like, so why are we going to pay attention to that?
Right.
So
I agree.
stuff like that. It's like, you're not hurting anybody. You're not getting under anybody's skin. You're not going to change anybody's mind. Nobody cares what you have to say. They're here for the conversation. If people don't want to like me, they're not going to like me anyways. And if people do want to like me, they're going to like me. Whatever. It is what it is. But it's not really like, it doesn't, all you're doing is making yourself look stupid.
Yeah. Well, and like, going back to my earlier discussion that we had, so someone, I'm not going to say who it was, because I haven't dealt with it yet, and therefore it doesn't need to be that public. Early on, when I didn't know any better, I had a guest on, and he felt like he was kind of manipulated by someone else to say or to take a stance against something. He called it drama farmed. He said he was drama farmed, and his comments were then put out specifically targeting another content creator, group of content creators, and it was done on my channel. he only came on because, it's kind of I'm a neutral channel, I guess, to some degree. And he felt that was bad. I've had other content creators say, I've had one specific content creator say he will not come on with specific content creators not because he doesn't like them or whatever, but because he doesn't like the way that they interact, and it's not worth time to deal with it. 100% respect. I 100%. I will not ask them to come on if those people are on. Now, just recently, and this was very public, and a lot of people saw it. I had somebody come on who made some claims about somebody that I had on the show. I didn't know that there was an issue there. I was told there was an issue there. Before I could do anything about it, that person left the stream. The other person came up, and they presented their case and all that. And Lauren, who's in your chat, was part of this, and she was kind of being an instigator. My mods don't tolerate that. My mods don't like instigators, and to be honest with you, I never tell them to ban anybody unless if I'm very public. If I do, I will literally say, get rid of that person, and I never want to see them back on the channel again. And I've done that with, I think, 2 people. Other than that, my mods don't ban people, and if they do ban them, they come to me afterwards and tell me about it. I generally don't have that much to do with it. Now, Jack would spurg out sometimes and come in, and he would cause a little bit of drama, and the mods would deal with it on their own. And I didn't always agree with the way they dealt with it, but I'm trying to do the show. I'm not actually, and I would get to where I wouldn't even look at the chat. Normally, I don't look at the chat because
you can't multitask.
In my studio, I have a big monitor. And so all I'm seeing are you guys. Like right now, I have to really peer because it's a really small display on my laptop. I have you guys minimized down so I could see everything. And I have to wear readers, right? So it's okay right now. But normally I have a giant display, and all I have on it is the show. And I have the chat off to the side on another display that I don't even look at normally, unless something calls my attention to it. And I think that's the way to do it, right? I mean, that's just the way I choose to do it. And Boomer has stopped working, rebooting. That's right. That's how it is. And so the mods take care of it. And they will come to me. A lot of times they'll come to me after the fact and say, hey, we had to boot this guy because of whatever. And I'll be like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. We'll deal with it again. Like I didn't actually agree with the booting of Jack. I would have preferred they just time him out and, for a little bit and just let him calm down and come back in. So, it's fine. But, it is what it is. He got mad about it. He left, which is fine. I don't blame him. The mods having some issues with him. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not getting into it.
Yeah, but they're the ones that have to deal with it. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I don't. And again, I don't have I have too much else going on, as you know, because you're doing the same thing. I have too much else going on.
Yeah.
To deal with who's spurging out in chat or who's spamming the chat or who's instigating, trying to start.
That's why we have mods to take care of that, to manage that. And most of the mods, I feel like most of the mods know kind of how the content creator interacts or what they allow, what they don't allow. And I think mine do a pretty good job, and yours are doing their job as well. I mean, they get a little overzealous, I think, sometimes, but I understand that if you've got if you have a fair number of people in the chat and you have 1 or 2 guys that are causing problems, it can detract and whatever. Anyway, so I kind of wanted to give my give my position on that, because I think a lot of people think that maybe not a lot of people, but some people certainly think that I have issues with personal issues with people, and I don't. And you can, and look, Lauren, I don't care.
I don't know anything about it. But what I did is I had another creator come up and say, hey, I don't want these people, or I don't want to be on any channel that wants to be or has these people on. And I'm like, I got no control over that really. So I'm sorry. I told that fellow that, basically that, hey man, I wouldn't have you guys on at the same time or whatever. And you guys need to sort that out amongst yourselves. I don't care. Not my monkey, not my football, not my fuck up. So you guys go do your own thing. Figure it out.
Now you know how I felt like a month ago.
Well,
when I was like put in the middle, and I'm like, I like everybody.
Yeah. Well, I think that. Yeah, I think
it's tough when you're put in that position, and other people don't like other people, but you're kind of like Grand Central Station, and everybody's stopping by or coming on panel or coming in your chat and things like that, and it's like, if I don't have a problem with the person, then they're welcome to my show, whether it's in chat or on panel. Now, if other people, like, again, that they have to figure that out on their own. Like, I don't mind having any of them on or all of them on at the same time, but it's down to their choice, their prerogative, whether they choose to come up if somebody's on panel or not. And I respect it if they choose not to. It's like, if you don't want to deal with that person, no problem, no big deal. And it's just a matter of like watching and seeing who's going to come on and who's not, but at the end of the day, to me, it's kind of childish in one sense. I also respect the idea of like, well, I choose peace by not interacting with people. Like, I get that. But to me, it's like, I've been on panels with people who absolutely hate me, call me names, all of these things. And I still like, it's just a matter of whether you can deal with it or not. And if people choose not to deal with it, then so be it. I just, in my perspective, like, I can deal with it. Doesn't even faze me. I've been in on panels where the chats completely just hate every ounce of my existence. It's like, whatever. I'm still here. I'm still like, it happens. It's no big deal. You just either have thick skin or you don't, or you can deal with it or you don't.
Yeah.
So
Cam the King, you're not late. I started early. I had a lot going on today, and I just decided to go ahead and start up and go as long as I can today. By the way, guys, on Friday, I'm not really sure what time we're going to fire up. It should be around 2 p.m. Local time in Vegas, which is Pacific time. So that's like, was that like 5 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock real time, and then 3 o'clock Mountain time. So I'm going to be in studio with Davrick, and I always forget his. I don't actually. I'm not sure that I know his YouTube channel name, but he's a good dude. It's I think his channel, his Instagram's like. Hang on, I'll get it here. Anyway, it's I think it's in black and white, best of both, something or the other. Anyway, he's I'm going to be on his show. We're going to actually be in a studio. We won't be remote or anything. So I'll be Black Ice Reality Check. Thank you, Siege D. So I will be on that show. We're supposed to be in a studio at 2. I don't know what time we'll go live, but we'll see from there. That'll be a really good deal for me, and hopefully we'll have a great show. It's going to be an interview, I'm assuming, of me, so I will be on the opposite side of the microphone, or the opposite side of that table than I'm used to being on. So that'll be cool. Be new, a little bit new. So yeah,
that sounds really fun. I'm excited for you. It's
yeah,
always fun to. Have you ever interacted with them before? like panels or anything? I don't know who that content creator
I've never
is.
been interviewed. Really, I've just not for any specific reason. Just nobody's really like interviewed me. So
Oh, I'll interview you, Grid.
nobody's really done it. But Daverick will be my first interview. And there's some other stuff coming up too. That's because I'm trying to get this a little bit more pointy and headed in the right direction. Cam the King, I did get your email. We're going to try and do that tomorrow night. I appreciate you doing that. That was really awesome of you, bro. I really appreciate that. All right. So Kat, back to the actual discussion. And maybe this will, because I think that the discussion was good with just Sarah here, but with two of you and Devin more able to participate, maybe we'll have even more insight into this. So the overall subject is that my wife has a friend that from in New York. She brought her. They're going to they're both going to this conference that we're at right now together, and so she actually flew in, stayed a night or two in my house. We went and did a bunch of stuff together, and she initially seemed very, I wouldn't say based, but very, kind of real. She was kind of a realist. I felt like she was, she represented herself as being traditional, wanted, traditional gender roles, man pays for dinner, no 50-50. She says that she would be submissive to her man, that sort of thing. So all of the kind of proper things, but I think she's a leftist feminist, at least politically. And we've had, since she's gotten here, we've had probably 3 or 4 debates. I mean, we've had debates about mostly about around the firearms issues because in the South, obviously, we're big firearm communities and a lot of freedom. And so but we also talked about how, California and New York are horrible places. And I don't understand why anybody would live there. And I was able to prove that just by quality of life. And she didn't believe me. She fact checked me. She found out that I was right. She didn't like the fact that I said that, people that lived in New York and California were stupid, because why would you live there and be at such a disadvantage versus living other places where you can actually have a family, raise a family, and have a higher quality of life. That I understand wanting to make money, but quality of life ought to be, in most people's viewpoint, should be number one. And it's stupid not to do that. And she tone policed me for saying stupid. She said, I really wish we wouldn't use that word. That's wrong. That offends me. We went into this whole thing where I said, where I told her, I'm like, well, I'm offended that you're offended that I say this, right? Like, which one of us gets to be offended? I'm offended because you're trying to tone police me. You're offended because I use a word. I believe tone policing is a little further down the scale on the spectrum than you being offended by a word. And it culminated yesterday in this discussion argument that we had over guns, which I won't go into the whole long different things, but she ended up basically, if she could have rage quit, she would have rage quit. She was about to cry. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. We took a cab home back to the hotel. She decided to walk back to the hotel. She wouldn't get in the cab with us. I had left that part out from earlier, guys. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, I don't remember hearing
I forgot
this.
about that part. I forgot about that part from earlier. Yeah, she didn't want to walk back with us. When we got back, so initially my wife was like, you were really impolite. And I'm like, no, I was actually really polite. I didn't bring any of this shit up, but I'm not going to have somebody push their agenda, their political ideology on me that I don't disagree with, and me not disagree with it and let them know that I disagree with it. And if they're going to try and argue with me intelligently, I'm perfectly capable of proving my points out. And actually, when you were talking earlier, Sarah, and I've had a little bit of time to process it. The thing is that I think that intellectually she's actually really smart. I think that she has these arguments canned, and she is used to what, kind of like you said, she doesn't get pushback, or maybe it was Anson that said that she doesn't get pushback normally because either people leave her alone, right, and just say, okay, she knows what she's talking about or whatever, or she just browbeats them with this data that she's amassed, and most people aren't prepared to say, no, that's bullshit data. Look this up, right? This is and so yes, I think the thing that made her cry was that I would not accept this data from some international panel. I said, no, look at the CDC. I don't know who this international metric whatever place is, but I know who the CDC is. Go look at the CDC data. And so I left that part out also. But and you know, again, it was and not really super adversarial, but I could tell that she's never really been confronted by somebody that was prepared with factual information to challenge her belief system. She's used to just lecturing her belief system out upon people, and they just suck it up and drive on, or they ignore her, and she's not used to that. And her and she kept going back to her boyfriend, who's a leftist German who's living in the U.S. They're both live in the U.S. And so my wife originally, and I left this part out too. When we
I love how we're getting all the facts the second time.
I know. I'm sorry. It's coming back. You know, as we continue to talk about it.
It's all coming back.
It all starts coming. So my wife was like, you know, you didn't have to push her like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, I do. I have to, because you can't let people walk around saying wrong things because they believe wrong things, and that's wrong. My wife doesn't care. My wife's totally doesn't give a shit what other people think at all, even less than I do. And she would just assume, she's happy if you're wrong. If you live in ignorance, that's perfect for her. But you know, if somebody confronts me with something and they're wrong, I'm just going to tell them they're wrong. So when we get back, my wife and I have a whole conversation about how my wife really thinks that this woman is very angry. And last night we were positive. We were trying to figure out, you know, why would she be angry? Well, obviously she's going through a divorce. We believe that her husband, or soon to be ex-husband, abused her in some way, probably hitting her. We're not sure. Okay. And her new boyfriend is a leftist German guy. We're not really sure. We don't know anything about him. She doesn't talk about him at all. So that's interesting. But it's a really strange dynamic. She's completely delusional. Also, something else I should have, I'm just now feeling like I should mention this. We had one of the discussions we started out with was that we were talking about my show, and I said, well, I'm anti-feminist. And she's like, anti-feminism. And she was like really intrigued by that. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. And I said, and one of the subjects we talked about was how older women tend to believe that they can get these younger men, and that they actually can compete with these younger women. And that's totally delusional. Like you can't. Well, and she's like, well, I get hit on by men all the time. I'm like, yes, you get hit on by men that want to sleep with you. But you do not get hit on by men who want to marry you. And that really upset her. And I think that so one of the things that my wife said today is that when they went to gym and worked out, that my wife left to come back, and she said that when she was there was a black guy hitting on her friend, and the guy actually followed the girl, my wife's friend, out, obviously trying to hit on her, and probably just for sex, right? But
we can't presume people's intentions. Like you can't actually, but you cannot say that with. I told you how many marriage
That's one night-
proposals
that-
I've
Hit on
had,
Chick and
you
Dim
would
has
probably
one
poop your
night
pants.
stand written all over it.
Yeah, as
But you
as
can't-
as a guy,
in Vegas.
Sarah, as a guy, I can guarantee you that
can't-
99% of the time it's about sex.
In
99. But what if that was that 0.1? All I'm saying
Could have
is
been.
give,
All right, we'll give it
the girl
0.1.
credit.
We'll give
She's
it the
at least
0.1.
getting hit on. That's a
Right, yeah,
that's
she's
a higher
getting hit
step
on.
than most women get.
Right. Well, and she's like this tall. Like I'm sitting down. She's like this tall, and she's very short. She's very petite, but she's also, and she does look young for her age, but whatever. She's never had kids. She's kind of delusional about being able to have kids. We actually talked about that. We're like, well, you get older, you can't have kids. Oh yeah, I can have kids. I'm like, I don't know. That's very risky. And anyway, so, but a lot of delusion in her life, it seems like. So my wife and I think that she just has a lot of anger, and we're not really sure exactly why, but it comes out in these small doses when she's confronted. And so I'm really interested in your take on this, Kat, since you were just talking about female narcissists. It was literally your subject of the day.
Yeah. So, my thoughts on this woman, I think she, like pretty much every woman, was raised, indoctrinated in feminism. They don't know anything else. They can't even fathom that it's not the only option, the only reality in their world. So they're always you're gonna hit a brick wall because it's just such a mind control program that you can't break through with that. They're always like, all the movies are, when you're old, you're going to get like all the young guys suddenly. And it's just like, I mean, they did the same thing to guys, didn't they? Everything is like brainwashing. So everybody's been brainwashed. So nobody has their own brain. And if you're really busy, you work a lot, you don't have a lot of free time to think about these things, you're never going to see it, even if it's right in front of you. So I don't blame anyone for not being able to see the writing on the wall, because nobody's looking, everybody's too preoccupied, and it's easier just to repeat the programming. Just repeat the slogans over and over and over. You don't think about it, and if somebody tries to break you out of that, you're just going to get hostile. That's a normal reaction to just someone waking you up and you're not ready.
Okay. Interesting. What about the rage?
The rage? The rage is, okay, you basically told her facts that she did not want to believe were real. Whatever the reason that her relationship didn't end, she's now in the situation that nobody wants to be in, and you just said, oh, you're in this terrible situation and this could happen, and the chances of something better happening are pretty slim. Have you thought about that? Of course she hasn't. Why are you making her upset, Grid?
Well, but it does sound like the only reason she was in this circumstance was because it's presumed that there was some kind of abuse of some sort. So she's in a situation that she's not.
Always what people say it's always abuse.
Well, we
always abuse.
Gentle with that,
I know.
because if it's not you, then you don't know, so you can't presume.
Obviously,
But even
I'm just
if
saying,
let's
assume it's always abuse is not the average.
well, but that's what Grid was saying that him and his wife believe. So if
right. I think she's told my wife that there was I'm going on. I have to. This is like third hand knowledge, right? Because I have to ask my wife about it, and then I give it to you, and it's kind of messy. Here's what I will say. Okay. I think that this woman went to school forever. She got out. She got married. She didn't have children. At some point during the relationship went south. Now she's getting out of it. I actually believe there's a lot of angry men out there. And especially in her society, it's way more common. I'm assuming, I'll have to ask, but I'm assuming she married a Chinese guy because she's Chinese. It's way common in that demographic for there to be some physical abuse. I'm not doubting that happened. I'm just saying there's a lot of anger there, right? Like there's seething underneath. And it could be that she last night, she did say that, she never had children, and that's why it bothers her so much about the school deletions, right? Where, people go, and it just, she was about in tears over it. So whether that's fake or not, I can't tell. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I'm going to answer Stepfire. That is Anson. I know it looks like the face on iRobot when it's coming out of the water, but it's actually Anson. It's actually Anson.
Put my finger on it. I'm like, why does he look like something I know?
Anyway, also Arthrodaya. In a social situation with a friend of my partner that I don't know well, I wouldn't be criticizing their age, lifestyle, and debating political issues, especially if I saw it upsetting them. First of all, you're a woman. And I'm not. Second, she brought it up. If you're going to dance with a big dog, you risk getting bit. It's just the way it is. So,
but she brought this up because of, well, for starters, she said that she didn't like that you said the word stupid. Okay.
Well, no. She brought up
that was originally it started with the word stupid.
Well, it actually started even the day before, right? Like she got off the
knife.
Yeah, I picked up timeline. I picked them both up from the airport. I drive them back to my house. On the way back, we're just talking, and they asked me about my radio show. I said, and what topics I cover, and I give a very low level of what I do here, right? Like I told them men's issues, anti-feminism. We talk a little bit about, red pill-ish stuff for good and bad. And she kind of keyed in on that anti-feminism and said that, that there, she kind of, I don't know if she said that would be interesting or what. She made some little remark. I didn't think much about it, but even on the drive from the air, as soon as the drive from the airport to my house, she was already talking about guns and what are we going to do about these school shootings or just shootings in general, and how many people die from this, and what I felt about the Trump thing. And I'm like, well, whatever. And it was from the outset, it's her asking how I feel in a leading way to provoke a conversation that she wants to have. You don't ask somebody their stance on firearms if you don't want an argument about firearms.
Well, right? You could still ask the question without having an argument, presuming you're just asking the question. It just depends on the path of the conversation and where you end up. I mean, I could have a conversation with somebody I completely disagree with everything. I do this all the time on the internet and still not argue. And it's like, okay, I understand. I can still ask questions and have lots of curiosities. Sure. It just depends on the stance and the perspective and what's happening in the moment.
You guys don't get to hear the tone and all. You get me like in my monotone saying this, so it's easier to. It's less. There's no inflection. Also, I should say that I didn't call her stupid. For all the people who are like, somebody called me stupid, I didn't call her stupid. I said that people that choose to live in New York and California are stupid to me because it's very low quality of life. Why do it? And she took offense to the word stupid. She didn't say, I'm not stupid, don't call me stupid. It was, let's not use the word stupid. That's not being mad because someone was called stupid. That's just, she doesn't like that word. And I don't really care. So,
yeah, I think that to me is kind of a little childish on her behalf. Cause like
that's
the word stupid, and you weren't calling her stupid. And it's kind of like, I mean, if it was something like see you next Tuesday in its actual form, I could understand. It's like, whoa, even as your wife, I would be like, whoa, like, let's be mindful here. But if you're calling something like, oh, this is stupid, then I don't, yeah, I'm kind of on board with you. But I would have just, me in that, if I were in your shoes, and I'm obviously not a man and I'm not you, and I'm not driving these two women around, like, I probably would have been, I don't know. Maybe I would have probably been like, either ignore it and not say anything, because silence leaves them, questioning, like, did I piss them off, or what? Like, what do they think about this? And it puts them kind of on their toes instead of me having to be combative. Or maybe just been like, it's my mouth. I'll say what I want. I don't know. There's a couple different ways you could go about it, and I don't think you'd be wrong in either way, because the word "stupid" is not. It's not even a cuss word.
Words are, I mean, getting your feeling. I mean, look, it's okay to be up in your feels because of an emotion that you feel about something, but words are words. You can. I've been called 8 different kinds of motherfucker, and I don't care.
Well, unless, now the only thing I will say is, if maybe her ex-husband called her that a lot or something,
Yeah,
and
she didn't. She just references she didn't like the word. Like,
Yeah,
she doesn't like words.
maybe
or
she
words.
didn't want to.
Yeah, we shouldn't use word. We shouldn't use stupid. We shouldn't use this. It's almost like kindergarten teacher style.
Yeah.
Don't.
So she was kind of patronizing to you.
Well, yeah, it's really actually, now that you mention it, it was actually a very patronizing sort of thing to do.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe that's.
And again, look, here's the thing. I'm not a passive person. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you, as long as we're all going along to getting along, great. The minute you confront me, it ends, because now I'm no longer passive. Now I'm like, well, no, you don't get to do that. I do that because I'm just who I am. Other people don't do that. I understand. And most people in places where she's from, in New York and people don't stand up for themselves the way that I do, or the way that I might. And I understand that. However, I wasn't being rude, and I didn't start the conversation. If you're going to start a conversation with somebody, be prepared for them to finish it in the way they see fit. Which I start conversations all the time with people who tell me to go fuck myself, and that's fine.
Now, Grid, let me say this, because you've been hitting all around this, and this chat on the bottom hit it right out of the park. Yeah. It's that
I was going to get to that. Yeah.
Yeah. She's feeling her pride, is what that was. So she had pride in her decision to live in New York, and you said something that made her feel bad, and so she attacked you with the ad hominem tone policing because of the pain that she felt, instead of recognizing that she shouldn't have pride in her specific location. That's not something that is worthy of the feeling of pride. It's not something that she earned. It's a thought error on her part.
Right. And I actually, I think the chat has said a bunch. The chat said a lot of really smart things tonight. And maybe she is really used to dealing with people who just are not as intelligent as she is, and she's able to sort of win that battle of the wits, and she's not used to being challenged in that at all. And so who knows? I don't know. Kat, any opinions?
No, other than just like when you challenge someone's life views, or how they choose to live their life, they're gonna get hostile, especially if they're not used to it, and everybody just tells them whatever they want to hear and agrees with them, which is a lot of people.
Yeah. That's why I said, Grid, formulate it in a question form instead. And it's more non-combative style, and even more so if at dinner you're sitting across from each other, you're already in a combative stance to maybe being side by side. I mean, this is all like basic psychological silliness, but if the conversation comes up again, like, that's the stance that I would take, is a more inquire, and she'll figure it out on her own, or at the very least she won't be combative, and she's not in a hostile stance.
Okay.
That's she's a woman. Like you're not
yeah.
gonna win anything with her.
Right.
You know,
And I don't care.
right.
The more
She's
important thing is I
like
don't care.
if she's like this with her boyfriend, then yeah, that's his problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Poor guy.
but again, remember what I was saying earlier,
sympathy.
she doesn't really owe the credibility to you. Your word is not solid to her because you're not the man in her life. You're her friend's man. You know, now should be respectful. I do think that, but I don't think that she has to be like, oh yeah, you're just now a new authority in my life. Thank you. You know.
So I'll agree with that. I'll grant that. That's fair. But I'm gonna make another point here because I agree with everything you said, and then I want to hear from Devin. But I agree with everything you said, except if you initiate a debate or a discussion with that, the other person is on the opposite side of that discussion, you're inviting combat. At that point, I don't care if you're sitting next to each other or across a table or on the phone or whatever, you have now instigated a confrontational adversarial relationship. And when you get that conversational adversarial relationship, you shouldn't get up in your feels about it. Now, I'm also going to end, or not end this, but I have to say here that I was never angry. I mostly speak in a monotone anyway, so it's kind of hard to tell whether I'm angry or not. But a couple of times I was laughing at the kind of the silliness of the viewpoints that were being given. I was like, oh, and my wife would see her friend getting upset, and she's like, hey, you don't have to be mean. And I'm like, I'm not being mean. I think this is funny. I'm not angry at all. I find this to be very interesting that somebody this smart can be this not smart. Devin, can we get your input, sir?
Yeah, she did know that your stance on these issues before she initiated the conversation, correct?
I would not think so, but I'm a man.
Well, I was thinking if she had, or even if she thought that she might know what your stance was, either she came in looking for an argument, and she was either looking for an argument or she was hoping that you would side with her like she's used to, like you said, where she's from. More often than not, they're going to side with her no matter if she's wrong or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just to keep from having an argument.
Right.
And it, for lack of a better phrase, it threw her through a loop, in my opinion, when you actually provided pushback to her beliefs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna address our Throat Eye's comment here. If you say something like it's so stupid to live in New York, she's gonna be offended. Look, stop trying to justify another woman's action. It's just unacceptable at this point. This was not how the conversation went. I've given you the exact metric of how the conversation went. I said that it was
kind of. We don't know if there's more missing pieces now.
Right. Well, if there's missing pieces, it's going to be to her detriment. I'm glossing over them. This was not a conversational thing. It was, I made a statement that I did. We had been talking about how I don't go to California very often. Matter of fact, I try very hard not to, and I only ever go to New York because we have business there, and I have an apartment in New Jersey because I don't like New York so much that we have an apartment across the river in New Jersey. That prompted the discussion of what that, and I ended that little tidbit saying that Tennessee is all around a better state. We operate at a budget surplus. Our taxes are low. Our property taxes are low. Our politicians are within the realm of reality of being honest, not completely honest, and we know that, but within the realm of reality. And the people are, for the most part, happy. She decided to say, well, let me fact check that. And she did, and she was wrong. And I said, yes, I know I'm right about it, because I don't say things unless I'm pretty damn sure I'm right. And in this case, I knew I was right because I had just looked, and I knew that both California and New York operate at a budget deficit every single year. And the only reason they exist is because of federal money. People think they're the richest states because, and she said something about they're the largest economies in the U.S. I'm like, no, that has nothing to do with anything. That's a very poor metric. And that we looked at a couple of other actual metrics, and I was right. She admitted that I was right. And I said, yeah. So, if you're going to live in New York or California, it's just stupid. You should live somewhere else like Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, maybe not Georgia as much anymore, but somewhere else where you're not paying sales tax, you're not paying all of these things. And that's when she got she did not like me saying stupid. She could not defeat the argument, so she went straight to tone policing, Arthur Daya. So sorry.
But you did say that she admitted that you were right when she pulled the stuff.
Well, she was shocking. She shockingly and begrudgingly admitted that. She's like, oh, you're right. The New York, $4.3 billion deficit. California, $7.3 billion deficit per year. Tennessee, we operate at something like a $600 million a year surplus, which means we just have money sitting in the bank. We don't.
That's good.
Yeah.
But again, like being able to admit that she was wrong and you were right in that moment, that's kind of a big step for a person.
That's a big step for a woman. I will give you that. Glenn Lawrence, welcome to the show. I'm sorry you came in. I was in the middle of something. I apologize, buddy.
He's probably taking a crap.
He's asleep. He does. He falls asleep in his chair, and he'll come on.
He didn't even know.
My mic was muted.
He didn't even know he joined the panel.
He didn't even know.
Enough of that. Enough. You guys think like you guys can't get got. Grid, you're really close. You're only like 4 hours away. I would be careful if I were you, sir.
I'll even tell you, I've even told people where I'll be. And on Friday, you got plenty of time to get up here.
I know. But any hoosers, I just heard a whole lot of women prattle and wah, 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 wah. Oh, you're not nice. Your words are mean.
My words are mean.
Yeah.
I'm a mean person.
But like, do you know, like, sometimes you just gotta let stupid people be stupid?
That's tough for me.
Like my passive...
No, because like here's the thing: if they're stupid already, what makes you think that they would be smart enough to be able to process the information correctly?
And that's what I was saying earlier. If you already know that she's being illogical,
Gump said it best. Stupid people do stupid does, sir.
Mama always said, "Stupid as stupid does."
That's true. That's true. All right,
I get it. You're trying to save them. You're trying to save them.
Well, I'm not trying to save them. I was just trying to have a good conversation. Come on, guys. I will freely admit I enjoy good combative conversation. Right? Like I don't mind somebody having a disagreement with me. So,
But remember, like how I said, if you want to have a conversation with somebody and not remember, all of us weirdos on panel, we're used to being combative and debating and arguing with people over our stances, and yet we're used to that. It's not normal. Okay, normal people don't do this stuff. So you always have to, like, once you close that little screen, you have to put your normal brain back in and say, okay, normal people don't go around having debates about, red pill, right wing, this crap, tradcon, whatever stuff. Like, normal people don't talk about it. Normal people don't even know what these words mean. Whereas, so when you go out into the real world, like, you have to switch gears and turn it into a discussion conversation and not so much a debate. Like, you're not going to convince them. You're not trying to convince a viewers or people in your chat or whatever. Like there's nothing hanging on it. You have nothing to lose in that conversation. You have nothing to gain from it either. So if you want it to be a conversation, again, I say just turn it into questions in an actual conversation and say, well, yeah, this is what I think at XYZ, you know, blah, 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 blah. But I wouldn't put it in a, like, you're living in delusion and here's why. You can't.
I prefer you're living in delusion and here's why.
Well, but remember, she's not used to like me. You can sit here and say, Sarah, you're being delusional. Everything you're telling me is stupid. You're trying to explain like women prattle, blah, 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 blah. And me, I'm going to laugh it off. And it is what it is.
No, Grid, she's totally wrong, man. You did the right thing because you probably jarred her, and she's going to be thinking about that for a while. You got inside her head, and you pushed her, and that's why she got all emotional because you were pushing up against areas that she needed to be pushed up against, and you need to interact like that every time. You know, Sarah is talking about, you know, let's have this nice conversation and let's do this civilly. But yeah, I mean, the one thing that you got is the courage of your convictions. You know, you got to show them, hey, I mean this. This is what I mean. And if it's unsettling to you, you just be unsettled.
So,
but it's a woman. Like you're not going to convince
women are people. Women are people.
Well, no.
Why
What I'm
argue with
saying
a woman? That's the question. Why argue with a woman that's not even your woman?
Yes, that is not her authority. She's not going to trust him enough to listen to him. She barely knows this guy. Like, who is he to her? All it's going to do is put her in a combative stance because you're not her man. You're not her father. You're not her brothers, and you're not her priest. And so that's why I say,
but
like,
he's a daddy. No,
and here's another way I look at it. That is your wife's friend. Cat's like,
we had a request, Cat, to see the fish tanks full screen. Sorry.
Ooh.
Sorry, it's just a request. Calm down. It's okay. All right, there we go. Sorry.
I think if her boyfriend was there, you would turn the conversation to him and the two of you would be talking and the girls would just be sitting there like, okay, ding dong, what do you want to talk about today with shopping or something? But like, I don't think that some other man should be stepping in on that arena per se. And if you are going to have that conversation, it should be with her man or her father. You know, obviously maybe she's a little, but to me, that's why I don't take. It takes a lot for me to give credibility to random dudes on YouTube and what they say to me because I'm like, who are you? I don't know you. You're not my father. You're not my brothers, and you're not my priest. So.
Yeah,
so
but
go ahead, Glenn.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, who was talking?
That was me. I was going to push back on that a little bit because Grid described this woman as in a divorce with a boyfriend and also entertaining being hit on by another guy. So from what I can tell, this woman will listen to whatever alpha guy around is telling her whatever he's saying. And so from my perspective,
attractive guy.
Yeah. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That would have worked for Glenn. Yeah.
So yeah. My only pushback, Sarah, is going to continue to be that she instigated the conversations. And I feel like, and this is like my mama used to tell me back when I was young, that don't throw the first punch unless you can take the return. And don't pick fights that you can't win. A bunch of other things, but they all come down to if you don't start none, there won't be none. And when you start it, somebody's going to finish it. And I'm generally the one that finishes it. Mm-hmm. So that's my only pushback. Mm-hmm. And now if it had just been casual conversation like I have with many people, I don't even get into this stuff because it's so far out, right? Like if I rarely ever ask normal people if they believe that they have rights. And why do they believe they have rights and how rights are enforced? I don't talk about things like that with normal people because it's a very long conversation to have. And right. I don't generally have 4 hours to sit around and discuss and destroy their worldview and then rebuild it in my own image. So I generally don't have the time for it. So if she hadn't come back, if she had not instigated that, then I would not have. I would not have participated.
I understand why that argument, but I would also say, like, why even entertain it, you know, if she's being kind of dumb about it. But again, this is just, I'm very good, or at least I've been told, at the PC version of things, right? Where I'm capable of having a conversation, a very hard conversation, and being mindful of the words I use and how I talk to people, and being able to work around issues very delicately. That's what I'm known for. That's what I pride myself in, and I'm okay with that. So that's just my perspective, my reality, and how I would view it. Because I think even right now, you and I are having a conversation and we're not being combative, we're not being hateful, and we're even in a semi-disagreement, right? I still think the lady is wrong for upset at things and pushing. You know, if she's clearly upsetting herself, then why keep pushing? But I also think if you're going to be the man in that situation, you should be leading it and recognizing, like, this female's getting upset. She's getting all up in her feels. This is not a good conversation to have. How do I lead this into a better direction?
I did ask her I did tell her to calm down, that she was getting upset.
Oh, God.
We all know.
Why, Grid?
Which, as we all know, it has 100% success ratio in
of getting
to the moon.
I was gonna say getting your butt kicked.
Glenn fell off. We had a note for Glenn. Glenn will be back. He has
probably
bad
to poop
internet.
again.
Well,
He has bad.
I've got to say that with the whole PC approach to things, that depends on the person. There are some people out there that doesn't work on, and you basically have to take a sledgehammer to their beliefs to get through to them.
In this instance, though, read the room. Like, that's his wife's friend. He like, you barely knew her. You know, like, I wouldn't just try to throw my political stances or religious beliefs or anything on somebody I just met and be like, you will listen, you are wrong and here's why. Like, I wouldn't. Like, I'd read the room, you know.
Well, if somebody says something stupid, you have a duty. If you believe, you have a duty to correct that.
Exactly.
You can't let people just go around thinking stupid things, because then they're going to spread that to other people, and then it's going to be like a cancer, and then you're going to have feminism.
Yeah, but you can choose how. All I'm saying is,
you're gonna have feminism.
In the instance, yes, she's wrong, but it's choosing. This is an instance of, like, choosing the moment, the situation that they're in. Obviously, they're going to be in Vegas for probably a couple days together, and his wife has to interact with this woman and things like that. And you just respected the relationship over the argument in itself. You know, you could still have your beliefs, stand your ground, and know where like, your boundaries are going to be pushed and stopped. But you can also choose to redirect the conversation if you see that it's not going very well for the other person and they're getting upset, and it's going to cause, obviously it caused an issue. She felt the need to walk back home and probably was processing everything on the way back, and that's why I said, even to that Grid, she probably can't just take you gave her a lot in what appeared to be a small time frame. And that's something, like, you take
while I was eating dinner.
Exactly. And that's something, like, you could, like, I've gotten a lot of little tidbits of all of this information through YouTube over the last 2 years, and it's been a slow process of, like, okay, what do I want to pick from this, and what do I want to take home? But it's not something like, you just told me you're wrong, XYZ, here's why. And then I'm like, oh my God, you're totally right. I'm totally going to listen to everything you say right now. Like, no, that's a lot of big information. You have to process that. I guarantee you, I feel like she's going to come back and start asking more questions, but I wouldn't throw it I wouldn't try to be combative with it. I would try to gain her trust and then inform, because then she's coming to you with open ears.
Sarah, stop the prattle.
All the prattle.
specifically asked me to come on
He did
and
not
give my
specifically
opinion.
ask for prattle.
Yeah.
He said opinion.
God damn it,
Women
woman.
aren't
Go
women
make
aren't
a
allowed to
sandwich.
have
Go make
women
a
aren't
fucking
allowed to
sandwich.
have opinions, but he asked me to come on and bring mine, so I brought it.
All right. So, Yellow Balloon Torrance, I'm not sure who that is. Glenn Lawrence doesn't look like he can throw a punch, maybe a bitch slap at best. That sounds like a UFC fight if I ever heard one. I'm just
I
saying.
mean, you know, like, again, you let stupid people think stupid things. And then they come fuck around
Somebody
and find
told
out.
that man somewhere he could fight.
Like then they go fuck around and find out. And then they're like, oh, shit, I got knocked into next year. How long I've been
I
out?
got knocked the fuck out.
Where's
Yeah.
my teeth? I had 2 front teeth. What happened to them? Oh, they're in his
Funny.
knuckle.
Angel
Yeah.
Berber says, also, Sarah, where is the line on what behavior should be corrected on the spot?
Well, I think her saying like the word stupid, I think your response was probably like, that's like, no, I'm gonna say whatever I want. End of story.
Don't
But
push
I
me.
also think the conversation you had later started with her asking questions, but it wasn't necessarily behavioral. It doesn't sound like she was getting irate or do anything ridiculous. She was getting upset by what you were saying, but she wasn't like, I'm guessing because you haven't said it, but she wasn't slamming her fist or throwing stuff or saying F you, I hate you, whatever. Like, I'm presuming that was not the case, right? So,
No, and she would come back and be very polite and
Mhm.
all of that. So
right. So I don't think that was necessarily a behavioral issue, but you guys are both disagreeing. And she even chose to go kind of do a cool down and walk back to the hotel. So I don't think that there was anything necessarily that had to be corrected in that stance. It's just a disagreement on viewpoints.
yeah. Glenn, you have another love note.
And you know what? Tell my fans, look, if they're gonna be sending you messages, they better send them in super chat so they don't get read. Drizzle, drizzle, bitch. Drizzle, drizzle. Stop playing.
That's so funny. That's pretty funny.
But like, okay, let me tell you something. One, I know why you did what you did, but to your wife's friend. Okay, let's be honest, Grid. It was entertaining. Okay,
Right, I even said,
I mean, it's not gonna lie. Like,
told him,
it was
"Look, I
some
find all this
entertainment. You
funny."
got some entertainment out of that shit, and you're like,
Yeah,
this
I
shit
thought
is
it was
pretty
going to be
fucking funny.
bored. I thought it was going to be talk about dresses and fucking shoes and purses and shit.
Yeah, you're like,
was
to
like,
avoid
this was
shopping conversation. You're like, I'm gonna start a war.
Uh-huh.
I did
I'll be
not
right
start
back.
the war. Thanks,
I'll be right
Sarah.
back. I'll be right back.
Don't go away.
No, I just got to get more water.
Yeah,
Like, that's what you did. I get it. Like, let's just be honest.
yeah. If somebody's going to pick a fight with me, I'm not going to be like, no. Go, more talk about shoes and purses, please. Said
You're like,
no
I'm
man
gonna
ever.
save this conversation. I'm gonna start some beef.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. I would much rather talk, high level philosophy of life than purses.
Oh,
Not
I
that
agree
there's
with
anything
you.
wrong with that for you men out there who like that sort of thing, but I don't. Lauren, let's be real. I loved every second of that. Yeah, absolutely, man. I was laughing. I was having a great time with it. I didn't think. I thought nothing of it. I thought it was great. I did not cry.
If you would have, I'd have made fun of you.
I would have made fun of me if I would have. I'm just being honest. So
But here's the thing. Unless you're getting entertainment out of it, what is the point of arguing with a woman that's not yours?
there isn't any other than philosophical debate.
Unless you must like to hurt yourself. You like to inflict unnecessary pain on yourself because then you got to listen to the prattle.
Yeah, Glenn, you got some fans in Sarah's chat. Glenn Lawrence, and he even misspelled your name, Lawrence. Yeah, whatever. How you gonna start beef when you are all hat but no cattle, son? Damn.
What
Damn.
beef?
Well, because you're hiding behind a screen name. That's how he started.
Who did I start beef with? Calm down. Calm down. Beef with me, we can settle the score equally. Come knock on my door. Any Hoosers.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right. What does the green shirt say? White writing. What? Oh. Think while it's still legal.
You know what? I do not like the fact that Kat just came up here and tried to show her titties to everybody.
Yeah,
all right?
that's what all he really wanted was to see her boobs, and you played right into it.
Stop trying to get these men to coom, Kat. I get it. You're almost 60. You're 60-something years old, and you still want to know you got it. It's like, okay, Stella ain't got her groove back. Stop it.
A woman of your advanced years, my goodness. You just did it. Why would you do that? Stick your boobs up in the camera. What's the matter with you? That needs to be full screen. Do it right. No.
And then who's trying to get them the coom right now for Kat? Yeah. Stop getting these simps. Stop making simps out of good men.
All right, we got to move on. All right, so Glenn, how's your day been, young? Oh, hey, Daverick and I talked. Looks like we're going to do the show 2:00 on Friday. I'm going to be in the studio at 2:00 on Friday. I don't know what time the show will happen.
What studio is he doing?
Huh?
Did he say Sticky Paws?
No, I'm not going to throw that out. I'm sorry.
Okay. No. I just.
I'll tell you privately. Yeah. Last
That's
thing
cool. I'm glad. I think you guys are gonna have a good conversation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think so. He sounded cool. We had a good conversation in the few minutes that we talked. So.
When you say few minutes, did he make you like talk forever?
No. He was.
That man keep me on the phone sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's you and half black you. So
pretty much.
So between the two of you, you could talk for a year and still not say anything.
Oh, we say a lot of things. You just don't understand it because we use Ebonics.
Yes. I hadn't heard Ebonics in like 10 years, man. Why are you bringing
that's
that
why
back?
You wouldn't understand it. It's boring.
Yeah, it's funny. Cam the King, yeah. If he can come on, great. If he can't, that's great too, man. It's all good.
Who?
This has turned into kind of a chill stream, really. So that's yeah.
Who wants to hop on?
John Galt. Who is John Galt?
I don't even know who John Galt is. Is he cool?
Nobody knows. It's somebody's using that screen name. Apparently, he's a friend of Cam the King or
nice
follower. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, it'll be fun. The John Galt. I am not the John Galt. Kat, you look bored. Do you need a toy to play with?
She needs a prattle with
cat
Sarah.
Dip? Do we need to like have you eat some? You're just mad because you showed your you got tricked into showing your boobs on camera.
I don't understand, Kat. I don't understand.
Tricked into Kuman.
She wasn't tricked. She knew damn well what she was doing.
So any further information about or any input on Destiny and all of that, or
I don't know a whole lot about gay people.
Okay, there you go. All right, I don't either, so it's good. All right, we're on the same page then. Good.
I mean, you're the one that sent me the news about it anyways to begin with.
That was like in my feed this morning, and I was like, why am I getting anything about Destiny? And then it was from a bunch of people who are like, holy crap, look at this. So really weird.
I mean, that was pretty wild. Destiny was on one for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing. But I was sleeping.
Got a thing on the screen there for you.
No, he's gay. There's no such thing as bi. You're just gay with the you're like, look, I'm gay. I want some dick with a little side of pussy. Okay.
Yeah.
Gay light.
Gay light.
Yeah. All right.
It's almost like people say, like, you know how like people try to redefine themselves. No. I'm not male or female. I'm non-binary. It's like you're trying to come up with your own little third. No, you're either this or that. Okay, just acknowledge it.
Yeah.
The truth shall set you free.
Yeah, I don't have that meme from the Asian guy going, I need that. I got to get that. But I don't have my soundboard anyway.
You needed that little video clip from Law and Order SVU, where there's like, I sleep with women and have sex with men, and he goes, that makes you gay.
Yeah, that's not that's some confusion there. I identify as king of the world, so if you can just show me to my throne, as long as we're able to identify as whatever we want to be, just show me to my throne.
I identify as God's justice. I'm here to go ahead and send people for his judgment. So
there you go.
Yeah. Call me the angel of death.
We already went into that, Arthur and I. You can watch the first part of the show.
What Arthur die want now? What's she trying
Where
to do?
did Anson go? Yeah, I was talking about Anson and his belief system. So,
what's wrong with Anson's belief system?
He's actually really based on this. He's really based on it. He's basically that kind of the same thing I am. Like, it's weird that the guy, I keep losing my train of thought here. So Destiny has called for the deplatforming of other content creators. And as a matter of fact, he pretty much single-handedly got Hassan and Bosch banned. And so there are a lot of people that feel like that's turnabout fair play. And actually, on those grounds alone, I would agree. If you get somebody banned from a platform, but you're doing the same thing, regardless of what that thing is, you should get banned for it. The troublesome part of it is he got them banned for expressing their views, and now he's getting banned for expressing his views, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with the banning of
life's a bitch, ain't it?
People. Yeah. Right. But I don't agree with the hate speech thing to start with. So it's a really weird thing. Piers brought Destiny up again today. I think that's why I even knew about it. I'll have to look at it when I get a minute to watch that. But yeah, Glenn, it was. I'm not saying it was like a bloodbath or anything, but it was. I think there's a lot of people looking at this with the thing going on with Destiny as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you don't want to agree with it because it's because I don't believe in hate speech. I don't believe there's such a thing. I wouldn't know it if I saw it. So, I can't.
There's dumb speech.
There is, dumb. I know what dumb.
Violence and dumb people.
I can understand dumb. I don't know that we that we should punish people for being dumb, but the hate speech thing I don't agree with. But on the other side of it, he did directly cause other content creators that he disagreed, and only because he disagreed with them. Like, it's not like they'd actually done anything wrong. He disagreed with their viewpoints, and he got them banned or deplatformed, however you want to say it. And now he's in that position, and a lot of people are saying that that's turnabout fair play. I actually agree with that, but I disagree with the reason why, if that makes any sense. So
yeah,
I don't know if it does. I gotta take a quick time out here on my end. You guys keep chatting. I apologize. I've got to go.
Go handle business, man. Go handle the business.
He's probably got to go drop a dookie too, just like you, Glenn.
Yep. See, we
No,
regular.
I have to go talk to my wife.
Go put her back in her place.
Damn it, woman!
Make me a sandwich.
I'm a sandwich, bitch. Cut the crust off. You know I hate the crust.
Hi, Dad. I was just talking about you. Love you.
So,
Glenn, aren't you going to say hi to my father?
Oh, hi, Mr. Tomato. How you doing, sir? Your daughter makes great sandwiches.
You crack me up.
You did right by her, making her stay in that kitchen.
He's the one that told me a long time ago. He said, "Why are women's feet smaller than men's?" And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because they're closer to the kitchen sink, so they can be closer to the kitchen sink." Oh, I already messed it up.
Damn it! You had one job.
I see women. That's why
One
women aren't
joke.
funny. That's why women
are
aren't
not
funny. I
Women
can't
are-
even get it right. Oh, that's hilarious.
So, what are your guys' thoughts on like the rhetoric of these politicians? Do you think like
I'll ask
the
my dad.
words
He'll
could
tell you.
like lead into people acting out in violence? Not saying that it's their fault for these people acting out in violence, but do you think that the words that these politicians could say can motivate these folks to be doing some violent shit?
I don't think it's the words that they say. I think that people get too much into their emotions.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm very
and
emotional generation.
and people let things get to them too much, instead of recognizing that this is part of, a democratic society and the ability to vote and say these things and push these narratives or agendas or whatever. You have to recognize that not everybody thinks like you, not everybody cares about the same things you care about, XYZ, and that's just, it is what it is. You have to recognize that. You have to keep your emotions out of it. You have to. If you get emotional, then stuff, people start doing stupid things.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
Mhm.
just think that, I think there is a level of responsibility though that we
Mhm.
have. Like, okay, hear me out. They said one of the reasons why they canceled Tate, right, is Tate is doing the hate speech, right, and making all these young men misogynistic,
Mhm.
right? So if Tate could influence people to do bad things according to them, well, then it could be said that, hey, maybe the president and the rhetoric that he be saying can also lead people to do some dumb shit too. I don't know. I mean, just kind of seems kind of logical.
Yeah, I think we have to be mindful of, are we being selective of what narratives and agendas are being pushed? And if so, then are we truly allowing free speech, freedom of the press, concepts like that? Are we still allowing that? If we're shutting people down just because we don't like
free speech mean though? What is free speech? What is it?
Well, we're free from specific religion. We're not held to, like, for instance, what we basically left and came to the US and established was the idea that we couldn't what is that called? Like what propaganda and stuff like that would be deemed as propaganda. Like we can push out things that are go against the grain, that aren't necessarily agree. We can disagree with our politicians. We can disagree with our president. We're allowed to disagree and say no, and here's why. Whereas, in other countries, for instance, like China in itself, you can't even have certain social media things, and you can't have certain websites, certain TVs. They're limited because they're not allowed that freedom of speech per se.
Okay. So, but the way I look at free speech is like yeah, you're free to say what the fuck you want, but that doesn't mean you're free to avoid the consequences.
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
shit
you have to pay the
say.
consequences. Yeah, I agree with that.
So yeah, you could. So if you say some shit and somebody takes on your actions, yeah, you were free to say what you wanted to say, but then you also could be liable for the shit that came out of your mouth, especially if it motivated or caused somebody to do some dumb shit.
So, here's the thing.
Oh, here we go.
Here's the thing. My opinion is that the reality is, as much as I hate to say it, Destiny has more of a right to say what he said than most other things that you are allowed to say, because political speech was specifically what the founders wanted protected, because you couldn't speak against a king. To say anything against a king was at the very least to be punished and potentially to die, right? And so this was the part, and also obviously religious speech and political speech really are what is the most important things in that they thought about. They weren't talking about you have the right to call your neighbor a dickhead. That was, they just assumed that was just normal, but being able to call your politician a dickhead was way more important to them.
I agree. Those
We have
motherfuckers are
failed
dickhead.
that. We have failed that. We have absolutely lost that. Now we have weaponized the press. And I actually had this, I'll have to find it. I had this, I was watching this thing the other day from like 1980 something or 90, where this guy talks about the press and whether or not you're free or freedom of the press. And the press has never been free, ever. That's the number one thing you have to understand. The press has always said what they're told to say, regardless. There's never been an honest reporter, because somebody is paying them, and to get paid, they have to write what that person wants written. That's it. Or they can only get published if they represent a specific ideal in a specific way. And this is why I don't believe that there's ever been such a thing as freedom of the press, except for hand published freedom of the press, like what I'm doing right now. Nobody pays me to say the shit that I'm saying, and I have no real. I get very little. As a matter of fact, I get almost no gain from this. I just get to spend a lot of money doing it, and therefore, this is as close to freedom of the press as we get. But as far as the actual press, I don't believe there's ever been actual freedom of the press since the founding of the country. And so we can break down all of that. And the reality is that what Destiny did is despicable as a human being. And I have a real problem with it. And somebody ought to punch his ass in the nose. Or take him out to the woodshed and whip his ass. Those things should happen.
Oh, I agree.
But him being deplatformed is up to the platform, and I'm okay with it, because it's not, even though we keep saying, well, let's all agree that this is the press, it's really not. Can I show what he did? Glenn, do you still have that from earlier?
What?
We can show you, John Galt. We can.
The link?
Yeah, the video. Yeah, the video that I sent
hold
you.
on.
Yeah.
Yep. 1 second. Let me cue it back up, because it was at like what, 20 26 minutes?
Yeah. Yes.
No,
Yeah.
no, a little bit further.
You're gonna have to mute you guys just 1 second. I gotta talk. I got to talk to people on my end.
Hey, Grid, pull up the video.
Sorry, I was receiving instructions.
I was just letting you still get your instructions. I was just gonna pull up the video so I can play this for him. All right, here we go.
Somehow, when you talk about human beings, bullseye or crosshairs mean any difference. Obviously, he didn't mean, I think Donald Trump should be shot. But obviously, if you're a deranged young lunatic with an impressionable mind, who the hell knows what that kind of language? We don't know yet, right? About any of the motivation. Apparently, there's a kind of very, very strange, again, a very strange lack of information that they've been able to find out about this young shooter.
Of course, but you also have to understand that there has been an entire media machine, mainstream media machine, and Democrat elite that for years, since before Donald Trump was president, have been calling him Hitler and his supporters Nazis. What would someone do if they truly believe that? I'm not directly linking this to Biden's bullseye comment, as irresponsible as it may be, or anyone else's specific comment. But over time in culture, if things get normalized, and yes, this man is going to put us in camps, and you can turn on MSNBC on any given day, and they're talking about how they're all going to be arrested and taken off the air, and what he's going to do to minorities and gays and everything else, all utter, complete nonsense. At some point, people might get a subtle message and then do something crazy. Again, we don't know if that was what happened right now, but we certainly can ask about it.
And I think, to be completely fair, I believe Donald Trump has spouted a lot of very ill-advised and occasionally very dangerous rhetoric. And I want both sides to dial it down, because actually where this leads to is where it's led to. And in Britain, we've had 2 members of parliament in the last 10 years murdered by people for political reasons, basically because, lunatics have wanted to eliminate them. Let me bring in Destiny, because you've been at the center, as you know, of a massive online response to what you were saying. And I want to go through what you said, and I want to talk to you about this hopefully in a calm manner to try and understand what you were thinking. So on Saturday evening, hours after the shooting, you said, let me clarify, when I say conflicted, what I mean is I lean towards seeing it as a natural extension of the thing Trump and the MAGA kids support. So I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt enough to chastise people celebrating it. You couldn't find it in your heart to chastise people for celebrating the near assassination of a man who was president of the United States and maybe again?
Absolutely not. Conservatives have completely bled that well dry. And the idea that they, after engaging in the most divisive and most extreme rhetoric that this country has seen in recent history, that they would come on and beg for sympathy, that it's escalated into some kind of violent confrontation, is absolutely insane. Even the idea right now of saying, well, if you call somebody a Nazi for so long, it's, what do you expect people to do? I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh call Obama a communist every single day he was on the radio. You've got conservatives that talk about how the mRNA vaccines were ways to sneak microchips into us. You've got COVID lockdowns that were done because the government was trying to take all your freedom away. They won't acknowledge anything that happened on January 6th. They say that the election was stolen and that your country is being taken from you. I don't think anybody should be killed. I don't think anybody should go out and kill anybody. But when you engage in this type of rhetoric and when you turn the temperature up over and over and over and over again, there is absolutely no room for you to be shocked or surprised. And there certainly isn't room for you to ask for sympathy.
But Destiny, you say you don't want anybody killed. And yet you say, I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt to chastise people celebrating it. People celebrating the near assassination of Donald Trump. If you can't find it in you to chastise people who do that, aren't you just as despicable as the people you've just spent the last 2 minutes haranguing?
No, because they've
Yes,
led
he
the
is.
way. This is the environment that they've created.
So you just so you think
there
behaving
is
like the people you think are despicable is the correct course of action?
Not about behaving like the people who are despicable would be leading that type of rhetoric. It would be denying every single
You're
bad
the
thing.
reason
How
that
many
people
times
do
as a
the things
liberal?
that they do,
How
though.
many times as a liberal have you been on a show? Not you in general, but like a liberal been on a show and you've been forced to disavow all of the BLM riots, disavow all of the violence, and blah blah blah. And then you talk to conservatives about it. January
Disavowing
6th,
violence,
that was
that's
a false
good.
flag.
Yeah.
January 6th. Oh, like conservatives disavow January 6th?
Wait. First off, there's an entire cultural machine that has lied. There is an entire
we just saw it in real time. That's it.
What?
That's
So
why
what?
conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy for anything that happens as a result of their rhetoric. That's it. It's so easy. Like,
Okay,
it's so
but,
simple.
okay, but look,
I'm not
Destiny,
exactly sure what he's talking about, but I would say this is the type of person that the internet has broke their brain, thus leaving them with very little empathy for their co-human. I mean, a good, decent father is now dead because of this. He's had his brains blown out because he was defending his wife and daughter. I would hope that you have a little empathy
well,
for
actually,
that.
I can. Well, I can.
Deserve that.
Well, let me
Yeah.
jump. Let me jump in there because we have a clip of what Destiny has said about that very thing. Let's listen to this.
Fuck it. Fuck the dude, the firefighter guy. Fuck Trump. Fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am 100%.
I mean, I got to say, I just found that repulsive, Destiny. Yeah,
I wish that there is no room. There is no room for the hand wringing, and I will not participate in this anymore.
Oh, it's not hand wringing.
The hand wringing. No,
It's not hand
it
wringing.
absolutely is.
No, it's just that
Jen
you
just
you are
called you out on
positioning
it
yourself.
So well.
No, but
When you are in
Destiny,
a
let me explain to
where
you.
conservatives can say anything.
No, I'm not a
They can have
conservative.
any conspiracy theory.
I'm not a
They
conservative.
can have any plot. They can do anything, and then liberals are
All right,
supposed to sit
Destiny,
here and be like,
Destiny,
"Oh my
no.
God, it's so tragic."
No, Destiny.
Absolutely not.
Let me explain.
Absolutely.
Let me explain my position because I'm not a conservative. I'm not on either side in your race, right? Here's what I think about what you did. You'd like to fire off, as you've done so far in this debate, about your fury at how disgusting Republicans are, how inhumane they are, how they never have any empathy, blah, 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 blah. And then you yourself actually are exactly the person that you're describing. You are inhuman. You are somebody who seems almost gleeful that a young firefighter with a family, with a wife and children, who he was protecting as he was shot dead, that he deserved what was coming to him because he went to a President Trump rally, a man who was president of the United States until recently for 4 years and maybe again. You sound almost gleeful, Destin, and I'm sorry. That makes you, frankly, despicable.
I don't think I'm gleeful about anything. I don't think anybody should die. I don't think anybody deserves to die. But you want to talk about gleeful? Look at the conservative response to Pelosi's husband when they broke in.
I can answer that.
Mainstream media figures
I can answer that.
I don't care.
I can answer that.
With all due respect, I don't care what your
Let
answer
me answer
is.
that.
The reality is that conservatives have been turning the temperature up on the rhetoric. They have been making fun of these types of events for years, and now when something happens to them, now they're looking for sympathy from the liberal side. Absolutely not. It's insane. It's unhinged that you can conduct yourself in such a manner and expect people to feel sorry when things happen.
Why should anybody on the right listen to a word of your hectoring and lecturing about how they should behave? And by the way, for the record, the mockery of Nancy Pelosi's husband when he was attacked by an intruder with a hammer was also despicable, right? I can see despicable behavior on all sides, and I'm happy to call it out when I see it. You, however, want to present yourself as this great kind of standard bearer of decency who sees outrageous behavior on the right time and again and is incensed by this disgusting, inhumane behavior. And yet time and again, since the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, you have displayed exactly the same kind of inhumane behavior. Fuck him about a fireman who is killed because he attends a rally of a guy he wants to vote for.
My issue with the MAGA kids is not that they are not empathetic. My issue is that they support a president that led an insurrection against the United States. I'm not here to tone police over their empathy.
18 million people voted for Donald Trump last time around.
That's great. 80 million people voted for a guy that tried to insurrect the government, and it looks like they might try to do it again. I mean, like, I don't know what you want me to say. These are the facts on the ground. The idea that
you don't like attacks on democracy. So presumably you would unreservedly condemn the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. because that's one of the most egregious attacks on American democracy in modern times. Presumably,
I don't think that
you will
anybody
take
should
this
be trying
opportunity,
to-
given
Hey,
you
I
are
don't think
so
anybody-
determined to protect the integrity of democracy, you would find it absolutely outrageous that someone has tried to assassinate a president, right?
If the other conservatives on this show want to say that it was absolutely outrageous
I'm
that Donald
asking
Trump
you.
attempted to coup the government,
I'm asking
then,
you.
then maybe then I would. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness or show
I'm
sympathy
not
to
asking you
conservatives.
to.
that
I'm
have
not
none.
asking for that. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No, I won't. I won't.
You can't do that. You see,
Not
so
even-
why the hell,
Absolutely
frankly,
not.
Destiny,
Absolutely not.
why the
Absolutely
hell
not.
should we listen to
Absolutely
a
not.
word you have to say
Wait, hold on.
about...
Why do you think conservatives haven't been listening to a word that liberals have said about anything for 8 years?
Right,
what do you
but
think
why
is going to
should
change?
they?
You think
But
that
here's my
liberals
point,
come out now
Destiny.
and they go, "Oh my God, this was so horrible"?
But
You
here's
think
my
they're going to
point.
go, "Wow, that is true."
Hey,
Maybe
wait a
that
second.
should also like
Charlie,
turn the rhetoric down a little bit.
I'll bring you in at the end of this. I promise you, and you'll get a good chance to respond. But here's my problem, Destiny, with your whole position on this, right? Is that you don't actually have anything inside you that you
Everyone deserves the fastest, most reliable internet speeds, regardless of where they live. With Spectrum Internet,
want the other side to have. You don't have any of the empathy. You don't have any sympathy. You don't care that someone tried to assassinate
I'm not
Donald Trump.
asking for
You don't
empathy
care
and
that a young
sympathy. You don't-
fireman
you
with a
don't need any
family
of that.
was
I'm not
killed in the
asking for that.
process. You don't
Just don't
actually.
support it,
You are not
insurrectionists.
the person you want these other people to be, and all you do is play whataboutery with every question I give you. And I'm just startled.
It's
that
not
some-
what about it. We're talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about the temperature of this country. But here's a question for the two panelists. What percentage of this event happening was due to Donald Trump's rhetoric? What do they think the answer to that question is?
What percentage could it be that the other side,
Very
as
little.
we've just heard from Dave Rubin, has spent 8 years calling Donald Trump the new Adolf Hitler, a person who was responsible for the murder of 12 million people, including 6 million Jewish people in a Holocaust. Last time I checked, Donald Trump hasn't murdered 12 million people. So much as you would like him to be the new Hitler, he's not. But again, to an impressionable, young, deranged mind who has easy access to guns, that can be easily interpreted as an existential threat, said President Biden. Somebody that needs to be put in the bullseye, said Biden.
Okay,
Only last
I'm
week.
curious.
And
Who
guess
do you
what?
think? Who
Guess
do you
what?
think?
Somebody
who do you
then
think is
comes
engaged in
forward
more
and
divisive-
tries to
who
kill
is
the
engaged in more
existential
divisive
threat.
rhetoric? Who is engaged in more divisive rhetoric over the 8 years? If you had to guess, if you had to assign a rough percentage,
Again,
between
you're playing
Democrats-
whataboutery. Again, you're deflecting. Just as
I'm not-
President,
it's not what
just
about
as
we all
Joe
live in
Biden,
the
just as Joe
Democrats.
Biden
It's not
did
even
last
the
night,
temperature.
just as Joe Biden did with Lester Holt on NBC last night. Every time he was asked, "Have you done any soul searching about your own rhetoric, your own ill-advised use of language?" He deflected it back to attacks on Trump. And you're doing exactly the same thing with
And
Republicans.
I will do
you
the
say,
exact same
you
thing.
say Republicans
you want
are.
Biden
you say
to
that they
disavow
are
a
lacking in
bullseye comment when
Yeah, but-
Donald Trump was saying Second Amendment people could maybe do something about Hillary Clinton. Like, no, it's absolutely deranged. The double standard that's being asked here is insane. And you heard both of them say it earlier. How much did Donald Trump's rhetoric contribute to the current environment? Oh, not much at all. Like, no, yeah, I'm not going to say anything to these people. Of course not.
You see, Destiny,
You seem oddly unversed in any of the current events that have happened over the last couple of years. First off, politics is downstream from culture, right? And what has happened to our culture in the last 8 years? What has happened to our culture is that the mainstream media has lied about everything, always to the detriment of right-leaning people, whether it is the Russia hoax or COVID or Brett Kavanaugh's a serial rapist or the Covington kids are racist or Jesse Smollett was was lynched, or whether it was very fine people on both sides. Every single lie always goes against right-leaning people. So they are slightly annoyed and distrustful of people like you and other people in mainstream media who lie about literally everything. So perhaps
literally
their
everything,
empathy,
like biolabs and
perhaps
Nazis in
they're-
Ukraine, or like mRNA vaccines that
There
are
are
causing
Nazis in
20%
Ukraine.
excess deaths. There it is. Yeah, or the fact that COVID lockdowns were going to go on forever, and it was just an authoritarian abuse of power. Or yeah, of course. Like, come on, dude. Conservatives are masters of misinformation, and it's happening right here.
All right, let me
There's
bring
a
in.
refusal
Let me
to
bring
accept-
in.
Yeah.
Let me
Well,
bring
I
in.
think-
Let me bring
Can I
in
say
Charlie. He's been
something?
waiting very patiently. Charlie, thank you for being so
Please.
patient. Things have obviously got quite heated quite quickly.
Time
Let me
for the
give you
moral
your
grants.
chance now to have your say after what you've been hearing from Destiny.
Yeah,
Now,
well,
do you want me to
first of
speed it
all,
up to where he gets to the part where
Destiny
he's like,
represents to me a certain subsect of the left. I won't call it everybody.
how he
who
like
likes to
denounces
bully
it, like or
others
how he just like
into
doubled
saying
down
exactly
on it.
what they
Grid?
want to hear. And if they don't
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
it, then
I
you
like
all
what
of a sudden
Charlie
are
says,
the
but
problem.
go ahead
And they
go
just
forward.
they
Well, we can
handle
play
it
if you like
exactly
what
like
Charlie
he's been
says.
handling it on the show.
Fine.
It's like a
I
child
just didn't
throwing
want
a
to
temper tantrum. You can't get a word in
like bug you,
edgewise.
but
I like
play
They
he
the
just
calls
kick
him a
and scream and
child.
yell until
Yeah.
you ultimately say, "I've had enough. Just say what you want to say and back down." And that's exactly
what we see a lot
Actually,
of times
pause
from
it for
people
just
on
one
the
second.
left.
I have to
And
make
it
a
just
point here.
it infuriates me because
So Destiny literally said that he would not get down on his knees. What a fucking visual for to, I guess, pander to, you know, the I guess it being right that he, you know, he should feel sympathy for the man that was killed, which is weird because because by his own admission he'll get down on his knees for a throbbing cock. And this is just the most fucked up individual I've ever seen.
He's gay.
Oh my!
By his own admission, he said it. I didn't say this. He said it, but he just won't do it. Anyway, back to the film, guys. Back to the footage.
just like we saw on Saturday with the near assassination of Donald Trump, which that is exactly what it was. It was an assassination attempt, yet we have, Dave, like you mentioned, all of the mainstream media putting out egregious headlines such as from CNN, Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startles former president and crowd, which completely mistells what actually happened.
Accurate. Here it is. This is the conservative. This is the game
It is,
right now.
it is not
right
accurate.
In front of us. It's live right now. You know, Fox News.
Listen,
Watch
first
the
of
meth
all,
kick
we
in,
are
kids.
allowed. We are allowed
right?
in this country to ask questions. There was a lot of things that were very off on Saturday,
and other
from the
people are
way
allowed
that
to
the
call you
Secret
an idiot
Service
for it.
handled.
So, you know, I love this country. God bless, I guess. Yeah.
You can see. There you go. He immediately
I know.
resorts
Yeah.
to
Here
you
we
know,
go.
allowed
Yes.
to call you
Yeah.
an
Here we
idiot.
go.
That is exactly the childish demeanor that I'm speaking about. On Saturday,
Don't talk over
things
each
that
other. Let me just ask you this, Destiny. You were asked on that clip you played earlier if you'd have the same attitude if your parents had been killed at a Trump rally, and you replied, "It's less end-of-life costs for me. Would I lose sleep over it? No." Do you understand how grotesque that sounds?
It sounds grotesque, but the environment that we're in right now is grotesque.
But why do you want
cannot
to sound
engage
grotesque?
in
I don't
behavior.
understand.
You cannot engage in behavior that leads us to this point, that brings us to the precipice, and then say, "Wait a second, wait, are you taking this a little bit too far?"
So just to be clear, hang on, Dave.
We are exactly here
just to be
because
clear,
of what conservatives have said.
Just to be
over the
clear,
last 8 years.
Destiny,
Here we are.
if it was close members of your family or close friends who had gone to that Donald Trump rally and who'd lost their lives, one did, and two are critically ill, wounded. If they had died there, you would lose no sleep over that. Is that your position?
No, of course, I would be sad. It would be tragic, of course. And the closer they are to you, the more sad it would be. The same way that if you had a child that tried to rob a store and the child got killed by the police, that would also be tragic and sad.
So you wouldn't think
but I mean,
you wouldn't think fuck
the day,
them because they're your family. Then you'd have a different rule for your own loved ones.
Would I feel more upset if a person very close to me died rather than a person farther away died? Yeah, I think the answer there is yes.
Yeah, but you
it
weren't
doesn't
just
change
not. You weren't just.
anything.
Just to be clear, you weren't just not upset by the death of that firefighter who'd given great service as a firefighter to his country. You were gleeful and you said, "Fuck him." Fuck him.
I'm not, it's
Would
not
you
about
say
being gleeful.
fuck them if it was your family and friends?
It was a Trump supporter.
I would say that if they go to a rally like this and they support an insurrectionist president and something happens to them, I would feel sad on a personal level because they're my parents. But again, I learned from them more than anyone else. I grew up in Nebraska. You learn that if you mess around and if you do dumb stuff, that there are going to be consequences.
And would you think? All right. And would you be happy to say, you know what, fuck them? About your own
His
parents.
rhetoric is far more dangerous than I've ever heard anything that Donald Trump said. What he's saying right there, he is saying you should have no empathy or sympathy for your fellow human. You know, we can all disagree. We can disagree about politics, of course. We can even disagree about how the media frames things and everything else. But he's basically saying show up to a rally and get killed, and that is absolutely psychotic. I'm sorry. And you know, the other part of this that's strange when people are calling for unity right now is if this had happened to Joe Biden, if Joe Biden had been shot at and had part of his ear blown off, the very people calling for unity right now would be calling for the rest of us to be put in jail. So there's a strange asymmetry there as well.
And I would ask this.
The strange asymmetry was Biden trying to make a phone call to the wife of the killed firefighter and her rejecting the call and Donald Trump not even reaching out. Okay, that's the asymmetry.
We don't know.
When you talk
we don't
about
know
it's
that
just
Donald
politics.
Trump hasn't.
This is the cancerous brain rot that conservatives have
No.
fooled everybody into thinking. It's not just
Wow.
politics to think that vaccines will kill you. Okay, I've got 3 dead family members from COVID. My mom won't get a vaccine. Okay, after both of them
I'm
were in the
not
military, these
vaccinated,
guys went
thank
up
God.
and down.
I'm not vaccinated, thank God.
You're
Nobody
not.
in
Don't
this
worry, we can all
studio is
tell. We
vaccinated,
can all
thank
tell.
God.
My parents went up and down a line when they did basic training for the Air Force. They got 20, 30 vaccines each. My dad has a vaccine injury in his shoulder, and the idea of not getting vaccinated was unconscionable to them until the conservatives spread these messages that are just politics.
Let me
okay?
ask you this,
guys don't
Destiny.
think-
Let me
guys
ask
don't
you this,
think
When the
Destiny.
science has
real.
shown that the
You don't think
vaccine
the
actually
election
was
was
one of the
real.
worst things
The
you could have
idea-
done for
the
yourself.
idea
Thank
that the
God I didn't
election
get
is-
vaccinated. I thank God every single day I didn't
Let's
get vaccinated.
not get. I
because
don't
the
want to
science
get.
has
I
come out
don't
and
want
it's
to read.
come out.
I don't want to get back into COVID. I don't want to get back into COVID. Right?
I don't want to get back into
Can we
COVID,
hang
but
on,
here's
hang on,
the
Charlie.
asymmetry of it all.
Hang on, Charlie. I don't want to get down into COVID again. I want to stick to this story, and I want to ask you, Destiny, about Elon Musk, who is responded to one X user who was calling for him to demonetize you on the X.
Back in 2022, I lost 2 very important people in my life, big figures. It really wasn't until February of this year that I finally gave therapy a chance. And the cool thing here is I actually use
Hit the
BetterHelp to do
skip
it.
button,
I still use
Glenn.
it weekly to this day. And I got to tell you, I
Glenn, wake
feel
up.
very foolish.
Glenn.
Platform, and he
I
said,
was trying to
"You're
teach the
right."
woman patience. Okay, Grid. I was trying to teach the woman patience.
Okay, you taught me some too.
This is not appropriate content for advertisers
me I don't have
because of the
any. That's
offensive
what's-
tweets.
We
you
already
aimed
knew
at
that.
Trump supporters. What is your response to Elon Musk?
The same response as it always has been. Elon Musk is a thinly veiled, I would say, like anti-woke, anti-SJW, basically right-wing supporting guy. And if you say things that they don't like, of course they'll demonetize you, they'll cancel you. Conservatives are some of the least principled people in the universe when it comes to freedom of speech. As soon as they have any power to demonetize or spam report somebody's, sponsors or anything like that, of course
There's the
conservatives will
guy
jump
who
onto
got
it. My account
Bausch
also
and,
was demonetized. I think in
the
like
other
12
guy
hours. Thank you very much, Elon
deplatformed.
Musk. Although I do notice that my docs has been floating around Twitter for 2 days now, and tons of accounts that I've been reporting that haven't been banned yet, but I'm glad we've got our priorities straight there.
Again, here's what I think we're all struck by. Your position seems to be that anyone from Donald Trump to his supporters who represents their thinking, their ideology, their political views, that if they are killed by an assassin at a rally, then they deserve what's coming to them. And in your words, fuck them. I mean, do you not understand that to most decent Americans and to decent people around the world, that is incredibly offensive and makes you look like a two-faced hypocrite, somebody who wants the other
First
side
of
to
all,
behave to a certain level of decency,
I don't want
but
the
is
other. I don't want
himself
the-
incapable of displaying it.
The conservatives don't have it in them to have that level of decency.
So why
I
don't
I'm
you
not even
rise to a
hoping
higher
for that.
bar? Why don't you yourself show them the
because it
promised
doesn't-
land,
it doesn't
Destiny?
work.
Show them the way they should be
Liberals have
behaving.
been doing it for 8 years. There's nothing to be gained there. So
Right.
instead, we'll just have a laugh instead. When you're
Have a
asking
laugh
for this
about
type of
people being
decency, you're saying
killed.
like they did for Pelosi's husband, like they did
He
for
didn't
BLM
die.
people, like they did for
He
the
didn't
endless,
die.
He didn't die, but he got the crap beat out of him with a hammer, and they made jokes about his
Yeah, and
gay
by the way,
lover.
the jokes
okay?
were the jokes were
Who hit him
disgusting.
with a
Why
hammer?
can't you
I didn't hit him
say
with a hammer.
The same thing about the people making mockery of Trump. Why do you join the mob? Why do
It's
you?
not just because it's not just the jokes. It's the underlying substantive analysis as well. It's the lack of responsibility for January 6th. It's the lack of responsibility for the Gretchen plot. It's the lack of accountability for
but
all
by
the
your
comments made about
yardstick-
BLM protesters,
Right, but by your
George
yardstick-
Floyd, for
by your
Hillary Clinton,
yardstick-
for all of these.
But
Yeah.
by your yardstick, what the Republicans should do in response is simply say, "Fuck all of them, fuck
They
them all.
already
Who
are.
cares?"
Pierce, that's what you're not understanding. Pierce, listen to me. This is what you're not understanding. You keep bringing this up to me, like, well, Destiny, if you act like this, aren't conservatives
I
just
keep
going to
playing
do?
back your
And then you
words
say
to
a
you.
thing, but they've done this for 8 years.
Right. So the
They're
other
gonna
side
continue
is
to do it.
the other side is horrendous. Therefore, I'm going to be even more horrendous. It's so
That's the
unprincipled.
horrendous part about the conservatives isn't just the rhetoric; it's the underlying factual denial of reality. That's the biggest. That's the huge issue. That's the big bad
Let me
part.
bring Charlie.
The
Let me
opposite.
bring Charlie back to respond to that. Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the opposite. I think that, Destiny, you are completely fueled solely off of emotion, whereas I think that I'll
You
say
just called him a
conservatives, even though I
woman.
think that it spans past conservatives, when they
You
look at
did.
the facts of the
I
summer
mean,
of
literally,
BLM,
that was
the
the
BLM
nicest
movement as
way
a
for
whole,
calling him a
January
bitch.
6th,
You got to give him credit
this
for that.
assassination attempt, when you look at the facts, things unfold before your eyes and they reveal themselves to be actually what they are. There's a lot of evidence that has come forth since all of these events in the past have occurred. And they have shown that exactly what conservatives were saying were absolutely correct. Just like the assassination attempt on Saturday, we look at what went wrong. We look at not only was this one rooftop unguarded, but how did the gunman know that the rooftop was unguarded? Why was it that local law enforcement alerted the Secret Service moments before shots were fired?
There it is. There is actually a very good question.
Do you think January 6th? Do you think J6 was a false flag?
I think January 6th, there's a lot of discussions to be had. I think there's a lot of facts that came forward. They're definitely.
I will never give sympathy to this side. These guys are destroying the country.
See, Destiny.
There were agents. There were agents present. We know for a fact.
Destiny, here's your problem with me.
There were agents present on January 6th. We saw the tourists being ushered into the Capitol building. They're being treated like terrorists. And in fact, several months ago, Vivek Ramaswamy said it's only fair that we're able to have a decent conversation about all of this.
Okay, let me say
what. We're not able to have a conversation about any of it because of people like you.
Let me just say what I think about January.
Adderall is not necessarily always good for you.
I thought it was a shameful attack on the heart of American democracy. It was an attempt to thwart democracy taking place. It should never have happened. Everyone involved in any violent act that day was utterly shameful. Donald Trump's rhetoric that day was appalling. All those things are completely true, Destiny. I can happily subscribe to that.
Neither of your other guests.
But here's the thing.
Neither of these guests agree with that.
But if I'm a Republican, but here's the thing, Destiny. If I'm a Republican listening to you, I'm thinking, hang on. This guy thinks we're all disgusting. We're reprehensible. We have no empathy. We have no this, no that. And yet he himself is proud of being even more disgusting.
Not absolutely. And then I would say, wow, well, nothing has changed from since before COVID, before the vaccines, before J6, when they thought the election was stolen, when they thought that we were forced into lockdowns for no reason, when they thought that George Soros and the World Economic Forum and the IMF banks and everybody were taking over the country and the Federal Reserve was devaluing our currency. Like, it's all the same. Nothing has changed.
Let me ask you this.
I'm curious. Wait, can you ask
one last question,
do they agree with
Destiny?
Any part? Do they agree with any part of your characterization of J6?
Destiny, one last question for you. Are you pleased that Donald Trump got shot?
Am I pleased? No, absolutely not.
What is your emotion to the shooting?
My emotion is emotionally what? In terms of his personal health, is absolute indifference.
No. Do you condemn the shooter shooting Donald Trump?
No. Not here, not on this program, not in front of these people. Absolutely
You do not condemn a deranged shooter shooting Donald Trump.
You are truly just a child. This is not.
Actually, it's not. No, you know what, Charlie?
We're just trying to be decent human
You know what,
beings.
Charlie? It's not actually the behavior of a child. It's the behavior of somebody who's completely lost his moral compass and any sense of decency.
You're right. A child wouldn't.
And I'm going to go to Dave Rubin. Dave, I want. Let me let.
So, Destiny is crazy. We already know he's crazy. I don't even know why anybody takes him seriously, the things that he says. Can somebody explain why?
No, I can't. Other than that, he's got a big following, and
I was gonna
he's got big
say.
numbers. He's got big numbers. That's about it.
Because I really don't. I'm confused. I just don't understand why people take him seriously. Like, he sucks dick. Like, you already know he's mentally ill.
He admitted it.
Like, you already know he is. So, why would you think that he's, not sick in the head? Like, he's not deranged, and the shit that comes out of his mouth is not going to be, some crazy shit.
Are We Not Men? I did actually think it was for content. I think last year or earlier this year, I would have probably said you were right. However, that's changed. I do not think it's for content. I think he's legitimately lost his fucking mind. I legitimately think he's gone over the rails. I attribute it to meth a lot, but I don't know that he's on meth.
I know he's on Adderall.
I know he's on Adderall. He's admitted to being on Adderall. He's admitted to doing meth. I just don't know that he's actually doing meth currently. And Dave Rubin, it's funny. Destiny's going 100 miles an hour talking about all the things that conservatives are horrible at, and Dave Rubin he's fucking gay, dude. Like, he's legit gay. Like, how is any of what Destiny had to say there accurate? Like, he's literally calling the gay guy not gay because he's conservative. Like, this is the kind of nonsense that is going on. Like, how do we get from here to there? I can't mentally make the leap. I don't know. Maybe it's maybe not, maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm the idiot. But I think Destiny's lost his fucking mind. I don't think he's smart. Every single debate he's been in lately, he gets his ass handed to him because he just spurgs out and starts shouting the same rhetoric over and over again. The debate with Jordan Peterson was fucking embarrassing. Jordan Peterson's not even a debater. He's a speech maker. And Destiny spurred out again. And to a guy who's the least threatening guy in the world. Jordan Peterson? Really? How is he threatening to you, Destiny? Yeah, Peterson did mop the floor with him, and he's a guy that gives speeches. He's not even a debater. I don't know, man. I don't know. Welcome, John Galt. Welcome. Glad you finally made it onto the show.
Hey, how's it going today?
Good. You know Glenn and Sarah, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Sarah. I don't think I've seen Glenn before, but maybe.
Don't worry, nobody sees me.
Glenn's a legend in his own mind.
No. Yes, in my own mind, yes.
Can you drink and smoke on your show, or should I cut my camera off?
Man, I drink, I smoke. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters on YouTube. So I think it's fine.
I just don't allow the Mary Jane.
Yeah. No
anything else is fine.
I'll cut my camera off. I'll talk to you guys.
Yeah. No pot stuff. Yeah, that I think breaks the deal. I don't know though. I'm not familiar, but definitely, cigarettes and
it does.
Andrew absolutely smokes Marlboro Reds like they're going to be out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
actually,
I think
he's cut down a lot.
That's good. That's always good.
Paula Mikkel, hey, you're right, because I have one girl because I'm married. Something Destiny is not. Matter of fact, he got cucked. That's all. That's an L, bro. Getting cucked is an L.
He
That's
didn't
an L.
get cucked. He cucked himself.
Okay. Destiny cucked over, and so you're gonna have to come at me, bro, a lot harder than that. You should probably just shut the fuck up while you're behind. But be warned.
Damn.
Be ready.
Greg, who are you talking to like that?
Anybody that wants to come at me, bro. I'm having a great day. I've had the only thing is I'm now officially out of Rockstar. I'm gonna have to.
Hey, you know what you need to get? Like, there's this energy drink out there. I'll hit up my homie over there. True. He turned me on to this energy drink called cocaine.
Oh.
No, it's really, that's the energy drink name. That's no drugs. Dead ass serious. I wouldn't make you do drugs like that. That's bad. But it's called cocaine, and I kid you not, it's way better than Red Bull and all that shit. I love it.
Yeah, I actually like. We're going to talk energy drinks. I like C4, and I like.
That's not energy drink. That's a pre-workout, ain't it?
It is. Yeah,
an energy drink my ass. That's pre-workout.
And I like Rain Inferno, which is also a pre-workout. I'm sure Destiny gets more guys than Grid 100%. Chief Wahoo, you're 100% right. I get no dudes. I can't pull dudes. I'm telling you. That's for sure. Guaranteed.
Well, that's a good thing. Because if he could, I'd have to make fun of you.
Yeah, we'd have problems, right? Like, that'd be very, very, very rare.
Yeah, see
I
that,
don't know who
like
follow-
even saying the word cocaine, like if you were ad revenued, your ad revenue would go into limited mode because just saying
yeah.
the words. That's why I don't allow the pot on screen. I don't care if they do it. It doesn't bother me if they do
Yeah,
it.
it don't bother me.
But I just don't want it on screen only because it'll kick your ad revenue out.
Yeah. I don't
Hey,
make
you
enough
know,
on
they
ad
used to give
revenue.
cocaine to people for dentist surgery. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's medicinal now. No, I'm
McDowell,
kidding.
sexless marriage, huh?
Ooh,
Got two
that's
kids, bro. I got 2 prizes. I fucked really good and I got the trophies to prove it.
He got the fuck trophies. He got the fuck trophies.
You're gonna have to do way better, bro. This is like garden variety, low level shit, man.
They make it too easy.
Yeah.
So, Grid, are you saying that you want a worthy
special class?
You said you want a worthy adversary? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I prefer a worthy adversary.
I hear you.
So, where did I see that? I just saw something. Can't do energy. Yeah, that's fine. Somebody said Destiny's loving this because he's going viral off of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it.
But he's demonetized, bro.
Yeah, but you know what? That's just gonna drive his viewers to send him,
Oh yeah, he probably
Cash
get
App and all
super
kinds of shit.
chats. But we know that. Honestly, I think most of his revenue comes from PACs anyway. So who cares?
Yeah, there's that too.
Most of his revenue comes from what?
PACs, political action committees.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. That was my first.
That's theory, though. So let me just.
It's not theory. It's not theory.
Well, we don't know if he's still getting it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. He just keeps saying the same shit, but while he's not getting paid for it, matter of fact, he doubles down on it because he's not
dumb.
getting paid.
I mean, we already
Okay,
acknowledged he's dumb.
I can't argue that one. That's for sure. That's for sure. Fat and incelibate. Why do they always go incel with me? I'm married, bro. Two fuck prizes to do it. I am actually overweight right now, but I can fix
and he's
that.
Still fucked.
And you can't, but you can't do shit about being ugly, brother. I'm sorry.
Or stupid.
I mean, I can lose weight, but damn, son.
Can't fix ugly.
Can't fix ugly. So I'm just saying, you're gonna have to come at me harder, bro. You're gonna have to come at me way harder.
That's what.
Hey, let me help you out. Let me help you out, man.
That's what she said.
Do I need to write these jokes for you, bro? I'll do it. I don't mind. Yeah. So you didn't know that, John Galt or Sarah, that during the last election cycle, and I believe the last mid-year elections or mid-term elections, Destiny's orbiters were getting paid by Democratic.
Well, we know Farah was, or Farah.
We know the lawyer girl. What's her name again? Jasmine, whatever her name is.
Jasmine Jafar.
Yeah, Jasmine Jafar. She and Aaron and Farha admitted on camera to doing it. So yeah.
Like, I ain't even mad at them. Get your money.
Oh no. I mean, hey man, it's money, man. It's money.
Yeah, I take a little different angle on that. There's some things I just wouldn't do for money. There's things I wouldn't say for money. And these
they
people
were already saying it. That's the problem.
Say, if you believe in it already, and that's like that's part of your brand.
No, I just find it hard to believe some of the things I saw him saying on TV. The clip you showed.
I mean, he's lost it, dude. I mean, I'll give you that. I'll give you
Yeah,
that.
but I just think that there's some financial incentive that allows him to keep doing this. Someone has to be paying him. The fact that he got on Piers Morgan, most people have never been on Piers Morgan, and definitely.
Yeah, but Piers Morgan benefits from him being on there because he is,
he's on a YouTube show.
Well, he has the followers that he has, but he's also the rhetoric that he says is newsworthy.
But I bet you all throughout, and I don't remember how Piers reported during COVID, but I bet you he was singing the Democrat song.
Oh, he was like Pierce is the most flip floppy flounderish fish out there.
Flip floppy fun.
He is.
So him having
something happened though the last 2 years. He's actually doubled down pretty hard on at least moderate, maybe even leaning conservative, even though he doesn't admit to that.
I think these people are all playing games like good cop, bad cop.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And
Well, it's not, I mean, with Destiny, it's hard to say, right? Like Destiny, it's hard to say. Because he, Arthur Dye is right. Destiny's probably a multimillionaire at this point. He absolutely is. He said it. He literally, I was watching one of his streams. I think Josie had it on or somebody sent it to me. I forget what it was, but he literally said he's a multimillionaire, lives in Miami, travels the world, does whatever he wants, fucks whoever he wants. What
I don't think
problems does
Destiny
he
thinks
have?
there's a good cock or bad cock. I think he likes all cock.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
you know, it seems like
Oh, you said cop. My bad.
you know, I think that he's kind of like the Black Lives Matter people on the other side. You know, it
Yeah.
seems like the Democrat fund a lot of these people
Mhm.
that go out and say things, do things, and they get paid. They get paid very well to say these things.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely they did. They admitted to it on TV. Well, his followers admitted to it on TV. Destiny has not as yet admitted on TV that he took money from PACs, but kind of stands to reason. Oh, call Michael here or Michelle. Maybe that's Michelle. Destiny clears this fat loser in life. Maybe. I'm not sure I could buy and sell Destiny. But then again, I don't buy bargain products. So, I don't shop in the thrift store. Anyway. That was a little flat. Yeah, I thought it was funny.
I mean, where's all these Destiny like fan people? Like, I get it. Like,
It's just the one guy. It's just the one. And I'm assuming it's a guy because if it's a girl, you're barking up the wrong tree. He likes dick. Sorry.
well,
It could be Destiny.
He's a
It could
connoisseur
be
of them
Destiny.
both.
Destiny,
Remember,
is that you?
He likes cock with a little bit of pussy on the side.
Oh my god, you guys are killing me.
Oh, Sarah, are you restreaming this?
Yes.
He is.
Well, we don't fucked up your TOS. You better stop.
My dad, you didn't realize when my dad was in the chat, like he doesn't know who Grid was. I'm the only channel my dad watches.
Well, shouldn't you like tell your dad before? Like, it's called communication. It's something that you women say you guys do so well at that you suck at.
I mean, I'm not saying that people should be warned about me. However,
no, they should be warned about you. You come with disclaimers.
Well, I think he already said earlier that he was stepping out. So
yeah, well,
He makes
I did mention earlier that hecklers in the chat will be fried in oil and served to the chat.
Hey, real quick, shout out to Cam the King. I got your Cash App super chat, man. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, he sent me one too. John Galt, first time on the show. Why don't you give us a background, man, backstory? We'll jump off of me beating up on that poor defenseless guy in chat. You're muted, John. Stepfire, you can't see his comments because he's in Sarah's stream. I can see his.
So I'm originally from Alabama. I live in DC now. I've been living here probably 20-something years.
Wow.
Between DC and New York, I have a place there too.
I'm very sorry to hear that, sir.
But I left there after COVID, man. I haven't been back maybe in a couple of years after COVID. This shit was crazy. I'd never seen anything like that before. Particularly coming from Alabama. But I've been a landlord for about 20-something years of my life. Well, more than that, as a child, going around with my parents. So I've been a landlord in DC. Anniston, a little small town.
Wait a minute, John. We've talked, haven't we?
I'm
And
not sure if
messages.
we have or
Don't,
not. Maybe.
I swear, I think that we just talked on like StreamYard Messenger thingy, like the collab thing. We just met you.
Very well could have.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Very well could have. So many people, I'll get so many emails and stuff like that. So I'm terrible with my memory sometimes. But I've been a landlord for a very long time, and I think that that has kind of shaped my view on a lot of things, particularly having lived here in DC. And you see kind of just how the things seemingly they're supposed to work one way, but they end up having different effects economically. And then you start to think, well, maybe these things are on purpose. And then, you see the people like the Destinies of the world, the Black Lives Matter people of the world, these people are being paid. And then you start to realize, like, damn, they never protest really their city-state governments. Well, they may protest the city-state governments. I'm sorry about that. But they know not to come protest the federal government. Very rarely see them coming here protesting. The Black Lives Matter people, they tear their towns down. But they would not come to the federal government. And so when you see the people like Destiny and all these people talking about January 6th to me was a hoax. I don't think it was real. I was just on the Capitol the other day. I was pulled over by the police. I was riding my scooter. And I asked the guys, I said, hey, man, are you guys vaxxed? He said, hell no, we didn't have to get vaxxed. I said, oh, interesting. Yeah, I knew that, but just the flippant way of they dismiss having to be vaxxed. And then I asked them, hey, do you think January 6th was real? They all were in agreement that it was real. But none of those people had guns. I don't even know if many of them had knives. Most of them.
I mean, they let them walk right in the door. They opened it for them.
I mean, most days you can walk right in there. It's like the people's houses, they like to call it. And so I think that was staged, and the Democrats are going to milk that cow forever. And you see Destiny, they'll justify any violence against conservatives because of what happened on January 6th. And so I think for the people that really buy into that, it's almost like accepting a lie. And most Americans that don't believe in January 6th have to accept the lie because you get ridiculed otherwise. And I think the Democrats have been very, very effective at that here in DC and throughout the country. Yeah.
Now, do you think it's like because they are really good at, doing the whole victim messaging thing?
I mean, they're good at that. But I think the bigger picture, as I see it as a landlord, and I have quite a few properties, so you get kind of a good understanding of like the economic things that are happening. I think they're grinding people down to where you just have very little ability to resist. They're bringing all these migrants in here. I live in New York and DC. I've taken many pictures, videos. There's no way that this can end well, and it's leading to inflation in areas that the news may not report on, but I see it because I'm the landlord. And I think that is so deliberate, and that no one talks about it because it's deliberate. And I think it is effectively weakening us all. If you go back to COVID, they didn't punish the big businesses; they punished the people like you and I. And I think just on and on, you see more of this in DC, where they're punishing everyone else.
I haven't been in DC in years, but I keep on hearing it's getting worse and worse.
And it's a great city. I can't say that. There is no, the floor is very high here. There's, I think it's only so bad that it can get, because there's so much money sloshing around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so we got a question from Arthur Daya. Can we get y'all's take on Biden's proposal to limit rent increases to 5% per year? I'm going to start by saying that it doesn't matter if he gets that passed. It won't make it out of the Supreme Court. It's unconstitutional. The federal government has zero to do. These are states' rights, and all it is it's meant to gain votes. It's a fucking tactic, just like every time they propose some shit like this. John?
I think the thing is that ultimately they're going to come after the private property in some way. I don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe they'll tax you out of it. But that's the goal, in my opinion. And if you're limiting what people can charge, you know, I went through it with COVID. It didn't bother me. COVID was great for me. But for the small landlords, the people I knew that got killed and got out of the business, who lost maybe their only rental property or in their home, maybe even as well. These type of laws serve to either keep people out of the business of being a landlord, owning property, you know, which used to be the American dream when I was growing up. And I think that all these rules coming down, I can't even imagine a federal rule on rent increase limits. But it just goes to show you that I think there's a concerted effort to keep Americans from owning their own home. We've all heard about BlackRock buying up all the property, Blackstone 1 or 2 buying up all the properties. You hear the high interest rates when they were artificially low for years during Obama's term. They were 1%, 0%. They were giving you the money. During those times, I think many of the big asset companies took that free money and bought up properties. Now that the little man can't afford to buy a property at 8% interest, particularly after all of the devastation from COVID, I think it's just a further assault on the private property ownership. You know, the whole "you own nothing and love it." You know, I see a lot of my tenants. Many people don't even have careers anymore. All they do is drive Uber, DoorDash, something like that. Maybe they started out, they were lured into it when Uber first started. Their pay was good. They bought a car thinking it was going to last forever, and they gave up careers and things like that. And so I think it's a "you own nothing and love it," you know, and we're rolling down that path now.
Or everybody wants to be a social media influencer. We all want to be on YouTube. We want to be on Insta, whatever. You're right. People are finding different ways. Like we no longer depend on, because you can carry your 401k, you can roll stuff over, you can invest differently, you can start your, like, so there's no need to stay with one company, like, or even stay in the same career your entire life. You just do whatever you feel like doing at this point.
I mean, if you don't trust corporate America, which I don't, I think that they more or less bought off the politicians, then I've been telling people in a very subtle way, you should really not trust the 401ks. Hell, they wrote the 401k laws. The politicians did write them laws, right? Nancy Pelosi's famous, I think it's Nancy Pelosi, she's famous for saying, we got to vote it, pass it to find out what's in the bill, which means she didn't write it, or none of the people there wrote it. Someone wrote it, though. And if you live here in DC long enough, you know that the people that are on the staffs that get influenced by the companies, corporate America, those are the ones that more or less are writing the policy. I would probably imagine that the corporations are writing it and then passing it on to the senator with a check to say, hey, sign this. Yeah, I think that's typically how it works here in DC. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting thing because the way that the laws are currently written with your 401k, with the gig incomes, you know, they actually been chasing the gig economy is I think what they called it. They've been trying to chase that out. They want to demolish that. They want everybody back into jobs that they can see how much you make and they can tax everything you make and they have more control over your lives. And it's really tough right now, honestly, to stay in those gig economies because the companies are being hit so hard by their governments. Now, so Arthur Diet, look, here's the thing. Rent controls not a matter of it's not a matter of the federal government's purview. Just because somebody was able to do it doesn't mean that it'll hold up in court, because if they try and put in a rent control nationwide, it will end up in the Supreme Court, because someone like me, I'm actually under market in my area, so I would be okay. But the problem that you're going to have is that companies like Progress and American Home, whatever, those companies are owned by BlackRock and other venture what's the other one? Forget the other one. Yeah, thank you. The one starts with a V, Vanguard. Those companies, those corporate entities that have trillions of dollars, they're not going to allow anyone to dictate a price control into them. And they own enough politicians that it's not going to happen. This is for votes. This is a typical Democrat nothing burger. That what they do. Raging Patriot 1776. Michigan is doing you a favor.
That's the rent out there?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. So
please sign me up. I wish we had $1,500 apartments like that out here.
Yeah.
Man,
well, he's a single home.
$6,000 for a basic
single
apartment.
Home. For a single home.
Oh, man, that's even better. You got property, you got a yard?
Can I respond to you on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing is, in my opinion, rent control benefits the big property owners. It's just been my experience. I've seen it in New York play out. The rents haven't gotten any cheaper. Matter of fact, they're more now than ever. It hasn't worked in DC.
Mm-hmm.
The rents now are higher now than ever. Even after COVID, all that. They passed all these laws and everything. But the rents is still sky high. So clearly the rent control laws aren't working. These people know it. But they do work for some people. And they don't work for others. The rent control laws in New York City in particular, I'm very familiar with them. In DC, kind of similar. They're all kind of carve-outs and cutouts and things that a more well-funded landlord can do to get around those rules. The mom and pop can't, so you're stuck. So those 3-5% in New York, I think, is usually about 1 to 2%, 1% on a 2-year lease, 2% on a 1-year lease, something like that. Those small landlords, they're stuck. But the big landlords, where there are all these cutouts, hey, if you renovate the place, if you put so much money into the place, you can get outside of the rent control laws and things like that. The small guy just can't. He probably doesn't even know there are loopholes. And so whenever they mention those things, it's only going to hurt the small guy.
Well, and New York took a fucking hit during the lockdowns, massive. But now they've come back and are increasing. So the apartment that we were renting in New York was ridiculous. We then rented in New Jersey. New Jersey's now gone back up as well. It's now like my wife just told me that it went up like $1,000 a month for this 2-bedroom apartment. It's a nice apartment. I'm not gonna, it was expensive to begin with, but it was even more. We bought an apartment literally across the street, 2-bedroom apartment, and now it's in New Jersey, not New York, but it's way cheaper to do that. As far as the rent, like the rent here where I'm at in Tennessee, I rent a 4-bedroom house for $2,100 a month.
Shit. I'd rather have that right now.
On about an acre total land.
You know what? I'm paying that. There's people paying that out here for an apartment, a 1-bedroom, a studio apartment, like 540 square feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
have a 2-bedroom, 3-bath, or a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with a bonus room and garage and everything. And I rent it for the same. It's $2,150, something like that a month. And now they're on a 2-year lease. It should be $2,500. I knew they signed a new 2-year lease with me because they had been good tenants, and they knew that I could kick the rent up to $2,500, which is market. And they didn't want to pay. Obviously, they didn't want to pay that. So I locked them in at $2,150 for another 2 years. So
in the inner
it's got a
city,
yard and all that. So
in the inner cities, what you see companies doing, and I forget the name of them now, but one of them got funding from Airbnb. I'm sure there are multiple. But what they do to get around the rental laws now is they turn all their properties into short-term rentals.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the business I'm in. And so you see full apartment buildings that are more or less just short-term rentals, just to get around the legal laws of are you a tenant, the tenant laws. And so Joe Biden can say he's going to pass a 5%. The cities can say they're going to do this and that. And all it does is force the big landlords to get very savvy and come up with alternate ways of pricing and charging people to get around those laws.
Yeah.
Ghost 1978. I plan on it. It's in the works.
It's in the works.
It's in the works, my friend.
Yeah. Now on the other side of that, I have my lake house is set up exactly as John says. It's set up as an Airbnb. And I have a tenant in it right now who rented through her insurance company for the because it was one of the only fully furnished. All of the fully furnished houses in the area are Airbnbs. So I gave her a $10,000 break for a 6-month rental. The rent is still, I think, $53.90 a month for that, and it works out really good for me. And she doesn't care because the insurance company's paying for it. And I'll just go back to it being a short-term rental when it's over. And we did it as a short-term rental because we use it. It's actually we bought that as my wife's kind of getaway. That's where she likes to go hang out and just get out of the city or whatever, which we don't even live in a city, but it's her happy place. It's near where the boat is on the water, and she can go do whatever. And but we're happy to rent it out and make a bunch of money off of it. So
that was the way to go when I was growing up. This how it was, like the American dream. You buy a couple houses, and you rent them out, and you retire comfortably.
Yeah. Well, I think that most people miss the mark when they start talking about renting and owning properties and everything. And if you're going to do it, you need to buy them early enough that you can have them paid off by the time that you're retired. And there's a way that you need to structure the mortgages and everything so that you don't overpay in interest and don't do refis every few years and all that kind of shit. So I have 2 of my properties are completely paid off. The third one is not, but it could be. And so at the end, what I'm trying to do is, and I think everybody should aim to do, is I took my monthly spend, figured that out, what that needed to be, and then I have that coming in rent. And since rent can pretty well increase with inflation, it's not exactly inflation proof, but it's pretty close. And that's or it's as close as anything else I can get to. And that's my core of my retirement. So I don't know if John Galt has set it up that way, but that's how I've got mine set up, and it's working for me so far. And we'll probably add 2 more properties, and I'm actually going to try and build next year. Probably build a house. So,
wow, that's very impressive. Are they all in Tennessee?
I'm sorry?
Are most of your properties in Tennessee?
They are now. I had properties in California, Colorado, and Tennessee, but now they're all in. I sold during the beginning of the pandemic. I sold the California house and the Colorado house. So,
are you happy that you sold the California house? I hear so much about the
absolutely
taxes and stuff like that.
Absolutely. It was the biggest. It wasn't the biggest headache I've ever had, but it was definitely, for the amount of money that I made, it just wasn't worth it. It really wasn't. And what happened is what actually convinced me to sell it is between the city and state property taxes I ended up, they increased the property tax to the point where on a property that I had I think it was $2,600 a month mortgage, and I was renting it for $4,500, but my monthly property taxes left me with about $800 in profit a month. And that was just unacceptable. And so I was like, you know what? I'm out. I'm done. And I felt like the house was going to top out at, about $1 million. And so I got rid of it. And let me see. I can find I can actually give you the Zillow of it. I think currently not for sale.
Let me ask you, while you're looking it up, did you use a real estate agent?
I'm sorry? Yeah, I did.
You did? Yeah.
Well, not to rent it. I rented it myself. And I've always acted as my own property manager. And
I think that's the way to go, yeah.
Yeah, it's really the only way to go, to be honest.
Yeah,
and,
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I had friends of mine who told me all of my friends that told me to use a property manager never actually made any money.
No, they never do.
and
you have to get so many properties before you can, take yourself out of the
right. Yeah. And and I've heard all of the arguments about how if you want to make money, you have to you need to have somebody that can keep it full all the time. And I've literally heard all of the bullshit arguments that obviously are put out, I think, by I think they're all put out by property managers. I've never found even one time. It hasn't sold in long enough that there's no actual pictures of the house anymore. It's just like an animated picture. That's all right. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I sold that house. It was, it's a nice house. But it just wasn't, it really was not, it just wasn't going to be a producer, and it wasn't going to go over $1 million. I paid $615 for it. And there just wasn't going to ever be enough in it to not just go ahead and take profit. I think I sold it for $875.
It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think this is for you.
Nope. It's on your end.
Oh, it's on my end? Well,
yeah,
I'm not really sure who you are, but thank you very much. Thanks for the $2 super chat.
Hey, you have a comment from Big Jake's Ranch.
Big Jake's Ranch. Let me roll up here and see.
The download estimate or whatever. Yeah.
I miss a lot with the chat because I don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, it's hard. You're doing multiple things.
Jake wanted to know what the Zestimate was now.
Oh, the Zestimate now? Yeah, let me look. 842 is what Compass has it as what it. I guess that's what we sold it for, was 842.
You did pretty well, then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Very well.
Let me see what let's see what Zillow says. I think maybe it was 842 and not 875 we sold it for. Zillow. Here it is. Here's Zillow.
While you're doing that, I am actually
right now Zillow has it at 1.1 1,115,000 is what their Zestimate is. So it's barely over $1 million. It wasn't worth keeping another 5 years.
That makes sense. Grid, I need to go to bed. I have to get to work in the morning.
Okay.
But thanks so much for inviting me for the conversation.
You stayed a good long time. So,
I did. To anybody who's watching on my end, the link to Grid's channel, if you want to come over and watch on his end, because I'm going to disconnect, but you just follow the link. It'll take you over to there. And also I'll go ahead and hit I will do the redirect as well. But
Okay.
this was super fun. I think it should let me do the redirect. Why is it not showing the live there? Maybe I can't do the redirect. Huh. Weird. I did it the other night with Mel. Anyways, but folks, the link to Grid One's channel is up at the top. It's pinned at the top. Please feel free to go over, like, subscribe, continue watching the show. Outside of that, I'm going to disconnect on my end. I love you all, and thank you as well, Grid One, for having me on.
Thank you.
This was really
you were
fun.
on 4 hours. So
I know.
impressive.
This is ridiculous. Anyways, but toodaloo. And John, I would love to have you on my panel too, as well. I know you were talking about that the other day, so it'd be fun. I don't talk real estate or politics, but I'm sure you'll be fun as an add-on for different concepts.
Your mic is muted or low, John. No audio.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Lost your audio. We've lost your audio.
Someone said my mic was.
There it is.
Someone said my mic was popping over here. I just bought a brand new mic, but I don't know what the deal is here. I may get another.
Could be the cable or your internet can be slow too. If your internet's slow,
That sounds more like a cable because it's
I think it's a cable.
popping.
Yeah, I better buy a better cable. How about that? Raging, I have a good idea for a show. I would love to run it past you. If you, I'll send you an email. I'll take a look at your channel if your email is on your channel. I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, I typically don't do email, but you can find my Instagram and my Twitter account are linked on my channel. You can hit me there. I don't do emails for spam reasons and stuff, but yeah. All right. Well, gentlemen, toodaloo and have a good
Good
night.
night, Sarah. Thanks for staying on so long.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Yep. All right. Yeah, the mic noise is when you talk, and it's probably a bad cable, a bad connection of some kind.
Hey, let me know if this is better. Is this better?
It might. Yeah, it might be that you're.
I'm changing the mic here, so I'm wondering if this is better right here. Is this better?
Yeah, that is better.
Okay, perfect. I'll leave it on this one here.
Okay.
This might work out.
All right, cool.
Cam the King is really been a big advocate of yours. I wanted to make sure I jumped on and saw you online here.
There went the noise again, but that's
you lost it again. Damn. Let me see. It's the audio issue. Maybe I'll use my camera mic. How about that? I'll try that. See if that works.
If you're using your camera mic, make sure that your volume level is set on your speakers so that you don't get feedback. Just
how does this sound?
That sounds good.
How is this working? Oh, okay, perfect. All right, so this is the mic from my camera here.
Okay. Yeah.
So hopefully that's better.
All right.
Yeah, I think Cam, he's been a big advocate of your show, so I wanted to make sure I joined.
Yeah, have you watched the show much?
This is the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been watching it tonight?
Yeah. So I was watching tonight. Yeah.
Oh, good. What kind of critique do you have?
Well, that was the first thing on my mind is Destiny. That was the first I've heard so much about Destiny. I didn't know if it was a man or a woman, to be honest with you.
Well, Destiny's the stripper name, so.
Yeah. And so that was my first time seeing him, and to see, the outrageous things he's saying, and just kind of par for the course, and that someone has to be paying this guy, and for the regular man, the common man out here, I think this is what we're up against. People like him that are being paid to more or less antagonizing this stuff, so go against our best interests.
Yeah. So I only became aware of Destiny about a year ago, maybe a little over, maybe a little under a year. And basically, I originally thought that he was really like really smart. But what I ended up what I figured out is he just hammers the same rhetoric over and over and over and over again, and he doesn't pivot his position very much. So he just beats you through repetition, which is dumb and stupid, and nobody should allow themselves to get beaten by that. Also, he's a degenerate, and there's so many things more I could say about him. Intel Wild, BlackRock is worth $9.1 trillion after they claimed I think it was a $1.3 million loss, which was an interesting financial tactic, because I don't think they actually lost it, but what they did was they were able to claim that on their taxes, forcing the banks to basically renegotiate their loans to avoid defaulting on the loans. And that was they coined a whole new term. It's called tax loss harvesting. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I'm just smiling there. It's interesting. Tax loss harvesting. Okay.
Tax loss harvesting, and but it's diabolical because you think it's one thing, but it's actually two or three different things. Obviously, they can claim the loss on their taxes against their revenue. So if they're making they're making, say, $3 trillion in revenue, they get to claim 1.3 or 1.7. I think it was 1.7 is the actual number. But whatever it is, they get to claim that against their revenue right off the top, right? Because we all do that. You would do that, right?
Yeah.
Right. Then they go to the banks and they say, "Hey, we lost $1.7 trillion. We may have to sell off these properties. We're gonna have to look at this. We're gonna have to figure this out." And this isn't one bank; these are thousands of banks that have these loans, mortgages on these properties. It's not just one central bank. It's not like they just go to Goldman Sachs and write, Goldman writes them a check, right? That's not how this works. I say thousands, probably hundreds. Those banks can't afford that, right? So what they do is they renegotiate their loan based on the current value of the property. Okay, so now they've dropped. The property's dropped in value, so they renegotiate the loan. But wait, so that is technically, that's revenue, that's income. I'm making money off of that, right? But there's a third method. There's a third way they get money. In the meantime, they're also able to use the assessed value of that property to secure loans for other properties. So now they've harvested three times at least that I can figure out. Now, I'm not an accountant, so I'm sure they've got rooms full of people who are smarter than me figuring this shit out. I can figure out I can see three ways they're making money off it, and they get to get rid of the properties they don't want. They'll take their lowest 3% producers and chop those things off, and those are now losses as well. So this is very smart, and I admire it because it's a very, very good strategy. I can't do it. I don't have enough property, and I can't threaten the banks if they'll foreclose on my shit tomorrow. But BlackRock knows nobody's going to foreclose on $1.7 trillion worth of real estate. This is not going to happen. Your volume lagged out.
I put myself on mute so you wouldn't have any background noise while you were talking.
I got you.
I been looking into BlackRock and the ownership, all the ownership of other companies that they had. And you're familiar with like a loss leader, things like that. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yeah, loss leader. Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so, if you own a multitude of businesses and if you're horizontally or vertically integrated, one business can never make money.
Yeah.
And everything will be good because it's serving the other companies.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at companies like Uber, they've just now turned a profit now, I think. But they serve so many other companies that BlackRock owns. They're like the delivery vehicle. So it really doesn't matter if Uber makes money or not. In a sense, if BlackRock owns it and they help McDonald's or Burger King, the other larger companies to make money. And I think that is kind of, the large web that they've weaved. And I mentioned it earlier about the people that don't have careers anymore. They rather drive for Uber than go work a job. And I almost can't blame them. And I think a lot of those people would be working maybe at a mom and pop. But the minimum wages in the inner cities, I think the minimum wage here is maybe $20 per hour. The only people that can hire someone like that is a big business. And so now it pops out of business and you have basically a stable of delivery boys. And I imagine that most of these restaurants will soon move to automation. It's like the perfect storm for big business, if you think about it.
So a couple of things. First, John, your mic problems are probably not your mic. It's probably your internet connection is slowing down.
Oh, maybe I need to get someone off the internet.
Your camera's freezing from time to time as well.
Oh, is it? Okay. You know what? Let me, how long are you going to be here? Maybe I'll shut down and restart. See if that.
I'm going to be here for a little while. So.
All right. I'll come back. I'll restart. Come back. Thank you for having me, by the way. All right.
All right. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Colin McLeod, to answer this, would it be why should it be legal for a bank to lend out money it does not have when the practice as a person can be counted as counterfeit? So here's the thing. Banks can't actually loan out money they don't have. When a bank wants money, they have to order that from the Federal Reserve. So when they write a mortgage, they physically have to give. At some point, the money has to go somewhere. I mean, it could be electronic 8,000 times, but more or less, at some point, if somebody walks in, they've got to be able to produce that within. And now it's getting bad because banks don't actually keep that much cash on hand anymore. So they have to order the cash. They physically have to order the cash from the Federal Reserve. Andrew got into a big discussion about this with someone who couldn't understand the idea, the concept of the Federal Reserve, and that money is actually real. So when they lend out the money, they're lending it out expecting a return. If they don't get the return, then they have a loss, and they have to show that loss. So it was Sheba. Yes, it was Sheba. Thank you. And when they have a loss, they have to show it as a loss, and that comes out of the banks and the investors' share. And of course, there's some insurance there that the federal government insures some loans. They don't insure others, and vice versa. That's one of the reasons why a bank has not. They have to keep a reserve. Banks also have to have X amount for every loan, right? Like they can't just have. There's this concept that goes around where banks only have to have 10%, are able to loan 10 times the value of $1. And that's kind of true, but it's also not really true. They have to keep 10% of the total number of the loans on their books. And that's why when Bear Stearns defaulted, they couldn't make up because of the serious amount of debt that was. I do have mechanics, Knuckles. That's exactly fucking right. And the That's fucking got me fun. It got me laughing. When Bear Stearns, for example, when all of the loans started failing and all of the people started cashing out, they could not, they couldn't cover what they had in debt. So they went out. They went out of business. A lot of people were left holding the bag on deposits that they had that they couldn't get out. They were only covered up to $100,000 through the Federal Reserve. That affected a bunch of people, but it's an interesting sidebar. Man, I gotta. You guys gotta slow down a little bit if I'm going to answer this stuff. I don't deal with quadplex, but as far as single families, man, I tell you, all I can see is that what I see is that people are going to. There's resistance, but at some point, people are going to have to understand that they have to go back to doing starter homes like we used to do in the olden days. We just simply can no longer support the idea that you're going to be able to go out with your first job, happily married couple, and go out and buy an actual home to go live in right out of the gate. It's just not going to happen. I don't think it can happen, and I'm sorry if that is comes off as delusional. So sorry about that. No, you can't do it. So let's see. Banks have to have the money on file. They cannot just lend out 100% of what's on file. They can't anymore. Although I'm not sure that that's true right now, because Obama's administration allowed a lot of really janky shit, and we started getting in a bad position. Now Trump came in and he put the controls back in. Those have now been pulled back out. They loan out, right, but they still have to hold a reserve in account to cover losses, a specific amount of losses. But in theory, they're able to loan. For every dollar they get, they're able to loan 10, in theory. I don't know that ever actually happens. However, and there are bank investors that also put money in there that is part of their loans. But however, we get into this. Didn't Trump eliminate the reserve standard? No, he did not. I don't believe. Now, maybe he did, and I'm just misremembering. But what Trump did is he wanted to avoid another Bear Stearns. He wanted to avoid banking collapses. Now, Trump put in real estate controls to where I could not go in and buy or get a mortgage on a house that I wasn't going to live in, an investment property. He put in a bunch of controls to prevent that. Here's the problem. The minute that Biden took office, he took all those controls off. It was hilarious because literally the next day, the banks reached out and were offering to loan on basically nothing. They were actually not even requiring you to have actual. They didn't even look at your actual income. They looked at the projected rental income of the property, and that is a recipe for disaster, which Trump had eliminated, but Biden put back into place. So that's how that worked. Well, there are, but people don't want to live in them, and they're going to have to do that later. So, and this is also going to be true. 30 and still rent. Yep. That's a long discussion. That's a long discussion. I can't get into that. I'm waiting for John to see if John comes back on. If he does, we'll go a little bit longer. If not, then I'm going to call it a night. It has been. Well, not right now because the interest rate's high, but it was. I didn't think anything about using it another property to rent, but I do well with my warehouse. That's a tough call for me. If you're gonna do that, I think it's I believe that I would wait because the interest rate right now is just not good. Yeah. Yeah, that literally like one of the first things that Biden did when he got into office. Thank you for that, Slayer Dork. I have not seen you in the chat before. Yeah, it does. It does, absolutely. Yeah, I would be very careful about the interest rates right now. They're really bad. So. All right. Okay. Maybe I'll look into it. It's not my understanding, but I'll look into that. You could be right. I don't know. Yeah, that's normal. I'm surprised it's only double. So I think John's probably having a lot of trouble with his equipment. I hope he hurries up and gets back because I don't. I've been on for 4:45, and I'm getting ready to shut down. Yep. There you go. Stand by, guys. I got to mute out for a second. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Had a lot of I have had a lot of interruptions this evening, which is fine. I don't mind that. Yeah, I get it, brother. I get it. We'll have to have him on again if he doesn't hurry up. I'll give him another couple of minutes, but then I've got to jump off. I tend to draw the line at about 4 or 5 hours. So. I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea. I think that there's things that are more important for us to do to start with, to be honest with you. This is actually my backup cheap camera. It's not nearly as good as the other camera, but the other one's messing up right now. I don't know what's going on. So. Nope. Never played poker. Never gambled. None of it. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and start my outro. Hopefully, John comes in and we can continue for at least a few minutes. If not, that's okay. We'll be back in a day or so. We talked about a lot of stuff tonight. Number one thing, though, the number one takeaway that I really have is that the craziness surrounding some of the characters in this realm is beyond me. And we all watched what went on in the Piers Morgan interview, and that was crazy to me. It really illustrates why we have. It really illustrates why we just have to be better people, and we have to really think about, the things that we're doing. So, yeah. Where do you fish, man? Where do you fish? I don't do tournaments, but I fish a lot when I have time. Are you bait? You feel like you would be bait. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with fishing. I fish a lot. Okay. Only bass tournaments. I don't do tournaments, but I do fish for bass quite often. As a matter of fact, went fishing with my wife the other night and caught a couple while she was making fun of me for not catching any fish, and she ate them, which was funny. But anyway. Yeah. All right, guys. I'd love to stay and hang out to see if John makes it back on. Cam, tell John that I waited, but I'm gonna have to call it a night, guys. Really appreciate everybody hanging out tonight, and we'll catch you guys. No stream tomorrow at all. Not sure about. Normally, I do a Thursday afternoon stream. I'm not sure I'm going to do it tomorrow. Right now, I'm on the not edge. But if you get the notification, you get the notification. Probably because I'm going to stream on Friday with Daverick over at on his channel. So, guys, be looking for that notification, and I hope to see you on board. And you guys have a great night. So, you guys have, what? Yep, that's all good. I will keep being a legend. Thank you so much. And you guys get off my lawn. It's time to go to bed. Get out of here. Go away. Leave me alone.